She's going right over. What's up, guys? Watching the Scientologists? Keeping it safe over here? Oh, someone's in the middle of the street? It's dangerous. Dangerous LA, man. People out in the middle of the street. Yeah, absolutely. We gotta keep it safe around here. There's no homeless around here, so it's a little safer than other areas.
Yeah. You haven't heard anybody screaming either, right?
Oh, I haven't started yet. Yeah, I got a few of them. I've only been swatted twice last week.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, they swatted you?
Someone swatted me. I don't know who it was.
Nobody got hurt though, right?
I just had guns put to my head a couple times. I keep coming back though. Every time that happens, it just grows my YouTube channel.
Hey man, I mean, I know you're doing your thing, they're doing their things. As long as nobody gets hurt, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hate that people waste your guys' time. There's other things to be doing besides people crossing the street. I know. I was like, damn, I just got here. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sure you'll be back for something. Maybe there'll be some people putting chalk on the ground. You too. Well, I was gonna sit in my car. And have my hot chocolate, but I guess I didn't even have time to do that. Was it this crazy lady? Well, that's a good way to start off a Monday, I guess. Jesus. I wanted to sit in my car and wake up a little bit. I'm just trying to have my hot chocolate. Well, I guess that's how we were starting our week off. Hey, burner account, Wayne's World of Science and Technology, Amy, Erica, Deanne, Sean, Pharaoh Carol, Vegas, Amy, Christ with a Y, Christy, Raintology, Willie's Hoodie Pockets, welcome, Rodney Andrews, Tom, hey, yep, Monica, Lily, Jobo, Alyssa, Alondra, Jelly Belly, Louisiana Stray Cat, Pete 392, Lady E, Alyssa, Ruse, Ms. Janie, Beach Comber, aka Cucumber, Joanna, GM Flower, AC from LBC, Mimi, 2TG, Dempsey, Cheshire Cat. I love going through names. I'm so bad with them. None of your business. L Mags. Nada Beeswax. DG. Kenya Rogers. Sean. Oh, I said you already. Detective Patrick. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I thought I'd be like boringly just sit in my car for a half an hour, just kind of getting my matters together, my brain working, and it wasn't even sitting here for 10 seconds and already have some cops being called on me. So it doesn't take much, I guess. I guess they missed me. You had a wonderful weekend. I needed a break. I just needed a break. This stuff is mentally, physically exhausting. I have 204,857,000 miles. Going great fast. Just a little hot chocolate cops to start off the week. Hey, Lane. No, this vehicle's awesome, man. And like, I got that big chunk of money. I could have just gotten another van, but the message on this van is so perfect. Really. I've had so many interactions, and people know me because of my van. It's a shitty van, but it's the marketing of the van is where the magic happens. I'm going to do the SPTV foundation. So I got the SP on the side of the van, and I think somehow I'm going to put that in onto the side. That says SPT foundation, and then the contact number once we get to the contact number. This is a W for the van. Even if like the transmission dropped or the engine dropped, I'd get another engine in it. Just because the van in itself is part of the lore, one. And the other is that what it attracts, the people and the interactions that it attracts for me. My last van was the same. It attracted gypsies and hippies and all. I had the roof cut off and I had it all a wooden top, and I just met people like left and right. Like people like the art of it, right? And I mean, it's literally been in all sorts of newspapers. There's Reddits about my van. There's some lore to the van itself. My friend Joey was in Chicago, was watching some random videos, and it just happened to come up onto the People's Convoy, and it was some reporter coming up to my van saying, "Oh, it's all about freedom and freedom to graffiti your van." Allegedly, there was a man in the middle of the road, and he was yelling. Or there was a man in the middle of the road was one of the calls, and the other call, I guess, was a man yelling. What's up, just me? Yeah, Patrick Aludo. You weird foot fetish. You're an actual real gypsy. I am too, but I've been in the same place for a while. Oh man, I needed a break. I'll tell you what, I needed that break. Needed a couple days off. We went and barbecued at Mindy's on Friday. They made a video. There's a new Francois song. me see. I might be able to play it. Hold on. I'll play it. I'm not going to show it to you, though. They made a video, a little sauced up. I was like, I don't want to be involved with this sauced up. But it actually, they are amazing. And it's weird, like, movies and all that stuff. Are you looking forward to getting out of here and going somewhere else? I'm going to go. I think I'm going to I need to go back out to Chicago. I got a couple places I got to go. But I see myself being in LA for the next 3, 4, 5 months at least. And I think it's important that I'm here at the Blue Building. There's other Scientology buildings, but not as important as this one. I think this is like the most important building besides like Clearwater. This building and the Celebrity Center are the two most important buildings in Scientology. And I feel comfortable here. I have a whole support network here now, and I've been traveling. I'll show you my travel thing where I've been here the last 3 years. I show it all the time, but I like showing it so people see. Some gypsy language bad words? Yeah, fuck yeah. Teach them to me. So I think this is the last 1,100 days maybe. So that's what I've been doing. That's 1,000 days. Really worked the DC area. I was all over DC, and then back and forth to Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and then a lot of trips down from Chicago down to Texas, all different angles, waterfalls, all this and that. So I hitchhiked. That was me hitchhiking from Mudamaw Falls, which is like a famous waterfall. I hitchhiked all the way down that interstate, down all the way down to Idaho. We did the coast of Oregon. Me and my friend Chris went camping up in the woods, camping along the river, Tout River rest area. And yeah, I've been down all into here, all in the Padre Island, Big Bend area. I went with my friend Tina. She paid for an airplane ticket, but I ran across the coast here, slept. This place right here, this spot right here was a nice. Right around here, I slept in the pine woods. Ooh, I'm kicking out some air. I'm kicking out some heat today in this bitch. Damn. So, and then up to, I did this with my friend up to Madeline Island, the Paso Islands up there, northern Wisconsin. This is yeah, Michigan. Yeah, so I've been even like Indiana. Look at Indiana. Look at Chicago. $4,850 places visited, allegedly. And I think that's 1,000. I think that's 1,000 181 hotels, 14 airports. South Padre is fucking awesome. North and South Padre, both beautiful. In Washington. Yeah, so truthfully, it's kind of nice staying in a little area for a little bit. Yeah, I really did Florida too. Let's show you Florida. I mean, I did all of Florida and ran up the coast. Christmas time, I ran up the coast. Did Savannah. Yeah. And then I did Delaware. Ran the coast up Delaware. Crossed over the I think that's can't remember if that's a bridge. Went up there. They got the wild horses there. No, I haven't been to Kristen Harris. Oh God, you're fucking stupid ass. Why don't you just fucking leave me alone and stop stalking me? Really? Seriously. Why? You fucking psychopath. Just go. Yeah, Kristen Harris is a journalist that I did an interview 10 years ago about jury nullification. He runs a show called The Rundown Live. Great. You found out all the information. You figured it the fuck out. What now? What now? You putting dots together? Fucking weirdo. He's also a ghostwriter. He was a ghostwriter for Alex Jones. Figure it out. You're exposing me. One dot at a time. But you got me in here. You entered me into this shit show. I was gonna say you passed by my house, but you clearly passed by everyone's house. Yeah, and so my trolls will always be like, "Oh, he's stalking me. He went." Oh yes, there you go. You're so bad with information. He platformed me, not Trucker Girl and Direwolf. She's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's funny and entertaining at this point. Try stalking me down in South Africa. Christian Harris, the random dots and like just it's like here's a big piece of shit. Oh, here's a piece of shit. Let me throw it at the wall and see if it sticks. I like having dirty, shitty hands. The Real Radio already showed us that video. What video? It's so stupid. Get it all out, though. The trolls are entertaining sometimes. It's kind of funny how fucking stupid you are. Seriously. Like Christian Harris, I was in Indianapolis. It was a 2-day event. That was a layover. That was from when Lee Dundas, the Scientologist, gave over the reins of the People's Convoy to No shit, it's on one of my accounts. Like all the shit ain't fucking new information. I literally put the videos out so people know what's going on. Yeah, I am gonna. I think I'm gonna cut the top off and make the top like go 2 foot higher, and then have a billboard on that with the phone number for the Aftermath Foundation or for the SPTV Foundation. I don't want to put the Aftermath Foundation, man. After what all happened with Mike Rinder's bitch ass, man, I fucking don't like that dude at all. I don't think he needs therapy. He needs to fucking be put in a cage. I don't care. Yeah, I think he needs to be put in a cage. Back to the other story I was telling, though. It was at night, and Christian T. Harris, he came up. He's like, "Where is everybody?" Da 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 da. I was like, "Dude, I've been on your podcast. You don't even know who I am, do you?" He's like, "No, no, no." I was like, "I'm Scotty. You guys did a interview with me almost 10 years ago about jury nullification." And he's like, "Oh yeah, I remember." And then so I walked around with him, and interestingly enough, Christian T. Harris asked Brian Brossi about Lee Dundas and why she left, and that there was a conspiracy about it, and was also asking why people hadn't gone into things. So yeah, Riddle, you're fucking dumb. It's just, you're dumb. You're so dumb. You're watching this. You're gonna clip this. Then you're gonna do some real weird angsty video about how I asked you to come along. I asked you to help. I believe that you didn't kill people, but you actually were involved with killing 2 people. Even though you weren't charged with murder, you killed 2 people. You guys tried to rob a Waffle House. I can't even remember what it is. So you're just fucking weird. Just leave me alone. Get on with your fucking life. She told me to be where you are years ago. Oh, she said that Scientology. Well, unlike Riddle, who doesn't do anything but sit at home and make real shitty videos, I actually am out doing stuff. In the last couple of years, I was going after a cult of pedophiles who she's not friends with. So, yes, she might have suggested Scientology, maybe, randomly. But what, I was supposed to come out here be like, you're fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. Well, I was supposed to come out here before there was anybody really being here, where there was no fucking views, there was no one to like bring out the message. Yeah, sure. I was gonna drive 3,000 miles from DC. I don't care. You guys are so fucking dumb. It's so dumb. You got the like worst intel ever. You're fucking stupid. Oh, babe, I live in Pennsylvania. I've seen Robert Atten Wilson speak about William Penn jury nullification twice. Rest in peace, Raw. Clearwater, Erie, Pennsylvania. I've been through Erie a few times there, right on the border. And, yeah, William Penn is what jury nullification came from. I think he was a Puritan, and he was preaching and talking about, I believe, a governor or mayor and the King of England. This was like in the 1600s, I think it was. And the king put William Penn in jail. They had a jury trial, and the jury refused to convict him. So the king put the jurors in jail and fed them bread and water for 5 or 6 days until they put forth a plea of guilty, and the jurors refused. And that case, in that situation, was the foundation for the right to jury trial, a right to jury, in the Constitution. It's the foundation of the right to jury, and so they eventually got released. Funny thing, I think William Penn was the largest plot holder in Pennsylvania. I believe Pennsylvania is named after William Penn. I could drive by your house if you want. No, she didn't stick. No, 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 she didn't. She is with people who were threatening to rape my mom. Put the exact words were, "I'm going to put my juices in your mom," and was part of the whole eating the cat thing. So no, she's a fucking scumbag piece of shit. I'm going to block you now. But no, it's all out, okay? Calling out the nasty things. The nasty things are threatening to rape my mom, okay? Anyone involved with that is not my friend, not an activist, not anything but a piece of shit. She didn't protect my cat, you fucking idiot. I got all the emojis of her putting little kitties on and all this stupid shit. So I gave you your little opportunity, get it all out. Scranton, fully informed jury association. Kristen, I forget Kristen's last name, is the president of the fully formed jury association. FIJA. I had one of my Facebook friends send me a box 10 years ago of FIJA pamphlets to hand out. Know your rights. Know your rights as a juror to people coming into the courthouse. Yep. Basically, jury nullification is the difference from not just only judging the facts of the case, but also the law of the case. A lot of jury instructions erroneously claim that you only have a right to tell the judge to decide the rules, but that's not what our right to jury trial is our best right we have. It really is. I'm just not ready to get going yet. I'm gonna put it in a day here today, so the lake corner. Yeah, I've been right all the way up on the tip there, right on the border of Ohio, Pennsylvania. Yeah, if I ever get a lawyer, getting a lawyer is like next to fucking impossible. Matt, MD Media. Well, I'm gonna do an interview. I was supposed to do an interview with him on Friday. That didn't work out. I like Matt. He seems like a really nice guy. And for me, sometimes just the streaming, just the just having the stream going, it's basically just a moving forum, right? Like a forum. It's a live forum where information could be traded. I'm not sure if you guys have seen the Squirrel Cam. I'll show you that. I'll show you a couple things here. Oh, the haters get old. I worn down by the same people, just obsessed, fucking obsessed with me. Obsessed. I don't want anyone to be. I don't want anyone to be obsessed with me, whether it's good obsessed or bad obsessed. Like, just I'm not anything special. I fucking live in my van. I want people to criticize, but not cause division. Too. I want criticism to be part of the whole thing, but not divisive criticism. And I think there is a difference. I'm not sure where I could draw that line, but there has to be criticism. McConnell's mill? Let me see. McConnell's mill. I haven't seen that one. Well, that one's cool. I'll put it on the save list. Yeah. No, there's a yeah, the spreading hate and like criticizing other streamers or criticizing what they're doing or how they're doing it, like it's just not. You do it. You do it. Like I have no time for someone that I don't even know, any like a non-activist telling other people what to do. And truthfully, I don't care if people are here for clout. I don't care. I really don't care. As long as you're not fucking people over like bad, like stealing from them, conning them. I don't care if they're selling makeup. I don't care if they're selling t-shirts. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't make you any less of an activist. There's such militant people who are so militant. Is he making a mini DOA? Yes. I can't wait. Uh, um, Nerd Report did a mini DOA with the sock. Here's our buddy. This is Sock Puppet. Look at his community page. I'm so mad about what LABP did to you. Oh, I was going to show you the Squirrel Cam. So this is what it looks like on. So this is squirrelsquad.com, and you can watch all the different streamers. Let's see here. You hit this button. It's got all the streamers. Oh, am I streaming from oh, yeah. I didn't realize I was streaming from the lore of DOA. I was gonna say my Defender Advanced thing's not up. I didn't realize it was on lower DOA. So look. So see, I'm live. You see, it's red. So it just tells you who's live and who's not. It's got all the different. It's pretty fucking cool. PTS for life.
I don't recommend anybody do any kind of trespassing, but if there was a way that you could access and be a bit more visible to the Scientologists, then that would be fun. All right, let's go to Edmonton now. So this is
Green dot means live, yeah. This person is live right now.
7 p.m. start, and then we're going to see if we can get on Edmonton. So this is their org here. This is a temporary location. I think they have I don't know if they have another building happening or what, but this is their main, I think their main entrance is here. I don't see another one. And so this area is all public.
All right, hold on. Let me, if Squirrel Cam was still in here, I'd just mod him up and have him or her. Well, I hate. What's up, grifters? I know it's not him here, sir. Hey, I'm gonna mod you up for a little bit here. Would you put your, could you put your link to your, to the Squirrel Squad cam? And then if you want to do the Squirrel Squad news too. Did you see my thing? No. March 13th. No, I didn't see it.
You know, but like I didn't go down there looking for clout from the fucking DC rats. I'm like, gosh damn it. You know, I'm not a fucking robot. No. Was not looking at from them. Didn't give a shit. I still don't give a fuck about your Fashtifa bullshit. You want to take down this country, and you fucking do anything to do it. And I have no respect, nor will I ever. You'll never see why Bonnie flip-flopping when it comes to fucking Fashtifa. Oh, no, I have my lines in the sand. You can go fuck yourself. Fuck you, Fashtifa. Fuck you. Every last damn one of you burn in hell. That's where you belong. Hell. Fuck Fashtifa, guys. Fuck Fashtifa. I don't say Antifa, I say Fashtifa, because you're the real fascists out there. Yeah, you call us white, fucking this, that, whatever, fuck you. All right?
You can find news at, all right, yeah. So that's Squirrel Squad's cam. There was a space. Yeah, so you can find news. Looks like Squirrel Squad just kind of got that going, the news thing, last couple weeks. And then this other link up here is where you watch multiple live streams. So make sure you go and like save that. It looks like Chihi put in a lot of work. They sent me an email and a custom set of dominoes. Yes, super cool. 5149.5. Love it. Yeah, the other email is on the other message would be on this phone that I'm streaming off of. Which I didn't charge anything. I really was slacking this weekend. Play some bones. Alright. I want to. You love making them? I was going to show you this video of Matthew. She sent it there. I have it saved on the camera. Where is it? I don't have it. Damn it. It's on the other phone. No. Yeah.
Reach out your hand. Reach out your hand and follow me. I have the code to the key to the secret of space. It's neurotology.
I think I'm gonna sing that song. Religion and science are intertwined.
Religion and science intertwined.
The space aliens live inside your mind.
Aliens live inside of our minds.
The billion-year contract we all have signed makes sense to me.
Billion-year contract we have signed. It all makes sense to me.
Very well done. Took them weeks to get it all together.
That's someone made that. That's an SPTV thing where it goes to a general playlist of SPT content creators. So I'm gonna get some stickers made of that. Oh yeah. Neurology. Yeah, I'll get this QR code out. All right. We don't need to be saying careful or be careful. I hate that fucking shit, man. That's a timeout. It's 30-minute timeout. Don't spread your fucking fear here or your concern. Sorry. My rules. My rules. I hate fear. Fear is no good. Doesn't do nothing. Be careful, all that. Maybe you're saying it out of kindness of your heart. Maybe I'm too rough. Maybe I'm too tough. I don't know. The Q codes to all the different SPTV creators. It's not to one specific one, which I kind of like. The show Millennium also did a great parody. read this too. Breaking news, Sea Org arrested. You gave me a yeah, it happens. Now you know. Don't say the M word. Don't say the M word. Oh, thank you, Peter. I appreciate the help. I do. I appreciate it. Like hard lessons are learned, man. And like, is it really gonna kill you if you're not in my fucking stupid chat for 24 hours? Is that really gonna be like the determination of why you like me or don't like me? Right? Like, is that really gonna be it? Is that gonna be the determining factor? Because I blocked you for 24 hours, I put you on timeout for a little bit. And I got 2 channels, so you get blocked in one channel, you got the other channel. It's really not that big of a deal. Apology accepted. Was that me apologizing? Edna. Yeah, I have my shirts being made. It's in the process. We got the images, we got the banner, we got sizes, and just waiting back to hear about damn, there's so many fucking emails. I'll show you this little cap too, this little video. Let's see here. I'll show it to you in my editor because I have it edited a little bit. I'm gonna add some music first. Local music. Oh, and I was gonna show you the thing from Mindy too.
Defend of and steal away, standing up for our rights, steal away. Defend of and steal.
Wait a minute, is that add music? Local music.
I know a lot of you might be concerned. I've had some messages come in. I'm okay. It was amazing. It's not over, but I'm running out of resources. Defense Department just denied DC's request to deploy National Guard. Good. I'm not sure if it's real or not. I don't know, but I do have to get some batteries charged and pick up stuff that I was charging, so I'm going to get back to the van and I'll come back with you. As much as I would have loved to have been further in the thick of things. I just had to be safe.
Blah, 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 blah,
I don't
blah,
know where all
blah,
these
blah.
people are going. I don't know what's going to happen, but whatever has started. And it's interesting, the awareness level of a lot of people not knowing what's going on. But
From the party Friday night, let me see.
You get like the heel tap, you know? She thought she was clever. My cheese is melting. Oh, heel tap. You get like the heel tap, you know? She thought she was clever. My cheese is melting. Oh. I don't want to be part of this shenanigans. You get to be the cheese again. Oh my God.
Stop. We're going to play the song once, and you're going to sort of be like, okay, good. And then we're going to play it again, and that will be the actual thing. Jacob, you. She thought she was good. No, what are you guys doing? Quiet.
Sorry, the MIDI audience here.
Here, Jacob. Okay, ready? Okay, Danny.
Oh my God.
So, wait, do it. No, what? Give us a timestamp or something.
Count us in.
5, 6, 7,
Okay.
8.
Friends just didn't know how to handle a dream.
Ever heard the amount of money this production is costing?
So that's just a little taste of the Francois Coster song. She hired a lawyer, and she showed up with furry Crocs. So I guess I decided to make a music video on Friday. I was busy grilling and cooking and cleaning up. So that's just they were having a lot of fun. I did not see the aprons made. Tommy, you're not fucking staying here, buddy. Sorry, but no. No, buddy, no. Keep better company. You guys gotta really decide on keeping better company. Okay, what was I want to show you something else too. I'm gonna show you Furry Crocs bloopers. Okay, is there something else I was gonna show you?
And so why is Gemma keep walking in the court smiling then? She has to. Why do John?
He is a political prisoner. They're trying to chill Chili's speech, man. He was standing up for our constitutional rights, clearly, right? And they violated him, man, by pushing him down and doing what they do, right?
Chili's in jail?
And now they're railroading him to the goddamn courts, the kangaroo courts. They're so goddamn corrupt, right?
Why are you talking about my friends and his DJ thing? Why are you worried about that? That's not Jay's DJ thing. Chili's in jail, huh? 180 days? They got him for contempt? It's a contempt charge? Well, Wizzy, I met Wizzy in Oklahoma. No. I met Wizzy in Missouri, I think. Indianapolis for sure. Small world. He was terrible in court. Who? Chili? Well, Chili doesn't know how to shut the fuck up. He thinks he knows everything, and it's dangerous. I personally don't like Chili. I think he's a piece of shit. He gives others a bad name for how like arrogant and just fucking piece of shitty he is. He gives auditors bad names. Not saying that he's not getting his rights violated though, right? Even though he's a fucking prick, he is trying to stand up for the rights, but he's trying to profit off of them. And like, I don't have any, like, some people are just too much. Some people are just way too much. And obstruction charges are bullshit charges. They're basically contempt of court. They're basically contempt of court or disorderly and forget his phone in the courtroom. Well, prosecution suggested suspended sentence, but his mouth got 180 days. Yeah. Well, we should be able to film all courthouses should be filmed 24/7. We should see what's going on in the courtrooms. That's that's an important thing of the Constitution is public trial. Oh, you're in the Keys? Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's see. I'm gonna call dude. He didn't want to hand over his phone. Hello?
Scotty, what's up, bro? What's happening, man?
Oh, what's going on, man? I got you on speakerphone. I'm streaming. Is that okay?
Hey, absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
I was calling to check on. I saw your motion to correct.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Did you get that out of that little book of that Chris gave you?
I actually got it out of the civil procedures. Absolutely, I did.
You did get that. I've never even heard of that. So explain to me what a motion to correct is.
Basically, it's a motion you file when a judge makes its ruling, and then the judge basically tasks the opposing counsel to create a court order, and just by chance, if the opposing counsel puts something in the court order that the judge did not rule on, and it can be, well, sometimes it can be detrimental to, other parties, you have the right to request request that court order be corrected.
Ah.
It is it is something that's needed, especially in my situation, because the opposing counsel put things in the court order that the judge did not rule on.
Oh, like what
And,
specifically?
In specifics, the opposing attorney failed to mention in the court order that, you know, we're not allowed to, if there's camera surveillance already established, the judge does not want you to basically come, driving along or walking along and antagonizing, the other party with a cell phone. That's not placed in the order. And another one is that the judge did not state that it's okay to barricade or block the road. And they actually did this. And this is actually placed in the court order. And the opposing counsel actually annotated that there was no easement. The judge did not rule on that. There's a lot of things that the judge did not rule on. And the only way that you can basically, I should have said this in the beginning, the only way that you can actually file this motion, you have to have the transcripts of the actual hearing.
Oh, okay.
Because if you don't have the transcript, there's no way of basically confirming the judge's ruling.
Ah.
So, yeah, first and foremost, you have to have the transcripts.
So, question for you.
Uh-huh.
Are the transcripts evidence?
Absolutely.
Let me ask. I'm asking it again. Are the transcripts evidence?
Absolutely. Because
hold on. Another question. How is evidence brought into the courtroom?
It has to be spoken.
All right. So is those transcripts speaking for themselves?
The evidence, the transcripts were actually submitted into evidence by, get this,
McCullough?
the opposing counsel. Yes.
So
he's a character, man.
so you don't need the witness because they've already accepted it and entered it into evidence.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Absolutely.
Well, you're learning, huh?
It's you know what, man? I tell you what, Scotty. With your tutelage, man, it's been amazing, bro. Please understand that, because I'm extremely thorough with this, okay? And it actually baffles me, I guess, with this counsel being so reckless. It's obvious that he's comfortable doing this, and the things that he's doing, to be honest with you, I basically, I actually questioned the police officers who were subpoenaed to appear in court, and the actual officer that arrested Kaylin, they basically asked him, did he arrest her? And yes, he did. But I went into detail and I asked this officer, hey, did you arrest Kaylin, or were you directed to arrest her? And he says, I was directed by my supervisor.
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
When did this happen?
This happened, last Friday. No, it was last Thursday, I think. Yeah.
Wait. You questioned the officer in what case, though?
This is the contempt case.
This is the contempt case in the civil court.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So that officer, so you talked to him in the civil court thing?
Yes, sir. Because McCullough.
Oh, he did the attempt. He said he tried to get another contempt charge?
No, this is for the continuance on the contempt.
Okay.
And and by the way, another thing about that court order, the judge's ruling was that we can share our information online, social media. Yes, this is what the judge ruled on. But yet, they attempted to find me in contempt because of that. Again, McCullough is different.
Yeah.
But it exposes him. Okay? But I'm going to get back to the police officer. And so after that question, and I kept my questions very, very short and to the point because I didn't want them to have any wiggle room. Okay?
Yep. Yes and no questions.
And so what I did after that, I said, Officer Dixon, do you know where the property markers are? And he stated, no. That's all I wanted to hear. Because that is not his profession. That is not his forte. Okay? You made these decisions to, one, arrest her. And, I understand that he has to do what his superiors tell him to do. But I don't think McCullough really understood that, hey, this was an officer doing what he was told. He did not arrest Kaylin on his discretion. He arrested her on direction.
Wow.
So now you have the next officer, which was Jeremy Lewis. I'd never seen this officer before.
A lieutenant? Sergeant?
I'm not sure what his
status is.
I didn't know. I don't know his status. However, he gets on the stand, and McCullough basically, tells him to basically share his credentials. He has a couple of master's degrees, and things of this nature. And this is the officer that wrote up the arrest warrant for, aggravated stalking.
Okay.
And
but this is not in the aggravated stalking. This is in the contempt trial.
Yeah. Yes.
You subpoenaed these officers to come?
He subpoenaed the officers.
McCullough did?
Yes, sir.
What a fucking idiot. Okay, great. All right.
He's retarded. So, he's speaking to this officer, getting his credentials and all this good stuff, right? And this officer, is telling him that, that he basically wrote the arrest warrant because of the court order that McCullough wrote. It was based strictly off that court order. And
what? He said that?
Yes, sir.
Damn! Which the judge specifically said don't do anything.
Yes, absolutely.
Damn.
Absolutely.
Damn, you got him to say that on the stand?
Yeah.
Damn, Jay.
McCullough got him to say that on the stand.
McCullough did it?
Yes, he did.
Oh, my God.
So now,
gold.
So now, and this is the deal.
He's such an idiot. He's the worst lawyer ever.
It gets better. It gets better.
Yes.
So now I'm like, wow. I have never seen this guy, so I didn't know how to. Again, I asked him very minimal questions, and that's all. I didn't want him to wiggle his way out of it. First question I asked him, I said, Deputy Lewis, you conducted an investigation in this case, correct? In the criminal case, he goes, yes. And I said, who did you speak to? He said he spoke with the Kramers. And I asked, did you at any point in time speak with James Williams or Kaylin Whitson? No. Hold on. Is that the standard operating procedures for an investigation? He goes, no. I have to speak to all parties involved.
What? He said that?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Hey, man, these guys are so... they're very, very over the top. And they're getting themselves in a bind. Because that puts the police department in a very bad situation. How are you going to basically arrest these people? You conducted an investigation on these people, never once questioning these people. Wow, that doesn't sound right, does it?
No, and so that was the arresting officer for the aggravated stalking or the armed trespass?
No, the aggravated stalking.
Okay.
The armed trespassing was Deputy Dixon.
Oh, Dixon.
And again, I asked both officers, do you know the boundary lines.
So Dixon answered that fucking question, said he didn't know it, but he arrested Kaylin for the armed trespassing.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Hey, you know what, Scotty? I tell you, man, if I wasn't there, I wouldn't believe it. I swear I wouldn't. You know, because you cannot be that incompetent. You know?
Yeah.
But I'd like to actually share with you guys let's see, our last Monday's hearing. Is it okay?
Yeah. Sure. The Monday's hearing was the small claims court.
Correct. Yes. So
And I got 500 people here. We're listening.
Okay, outstanding, man. Hello, America. But hey, you have myself, Kaylin, and Steve Braden and Frank Fisher, basically being represented by McCullough again. He basically gives his introduction and he explains about Steve Braden. Then he starts to explain about Frank Fisher. He basically says that Frank Fisher is not feeling well. He's old and he's suffering from dementia. I'm like, that's not a good thing because this guy is firing off his weapons. He owns weapons. And you're saying that this guy has dementia? That's not a good thing, guy. Well, we start off with Steve Braden. Steve Braden gets on the stand, and they bring up a letter that I wrote to my neighbors, and I let my neighbors know that I apologize because my music was excessively loud because I was trying to appease other neighbors. Well, they tried to utilize this as something negative, and so the judge asked Steve Braden, "Hey, where did you get this letter from?" He goes on to say, well, the neighbors, received it in there. He goes, no. Where did you receive it from? He goes, well, there's neighbors that is hearsay. You cannot utilize it. Steve Braden looks at the judge and says, excuse me? and the judge is like, no, excuse me. And at this time, the bailiff was on his way over to escort Steve out of the court. And the judge stopped him. Hey, man, I'm not an attorney, and I don't have a criminal past, okay? But there's one thing I do know. It wouldn't be in your best interest to, I guess, piss a judge off. They didn't start off really well at all. So now Steve basically gets into his little rants of how many times he's actually annotated that I played loud music. And he kept this log of 202 incidents. Well, we're talking about from February of 21 to June of 2015. Hey, man, that's a lot. That is a lot, okay?
June of 2023.
Yeah, no. From 2021 to 2022.
Okay.
He had over 202 incidents that he logged.
False sound ordinance calls.
How about it's stalking?
Stalking.
And my question was, at what point do you realize that this can be interpreted as stalking and, misuse of, the police? And he goes, I don't feel as though there's nothing wrong with it. Meanwhile,
you asked him that question on the stand?
Yes, sir. And he says there's nothing wrong with it. He doesn't feel as though there's nothing wrong with it. I'm like, well, no problem. Hey, so now I know how Steve likes to take control, and he does not like to be questioned by me. So I ask him a simple question.
Well, it's because you're black. That's why he
You think. So now I ask him a simple question. I say, hey, Mr. Braden, what is the difference between an A-scale decimeter and a C-scale decibel meter? I know the answer to this question, but I know how Steve does not appreciate me questioning him. The short answer to that question is an A-scale decimeter, it measures high frequencies. C-scale decimeter measures low frequencies. You see, man, I answered that question within maybe 8-9 seconds. Steve took approximately 3.5 to 4 minutes. Little did Steve know that this judge is paying attention to him because he's going on and on and on. And at this point in time, Steve is exposing himself to the judge. He's doing a damn good job of it. So, I let Steve do all these things, right? And then we finish with Steve, and we go off to Frank. Frank is a different type of person, okay? Frank, he definitely doesn't like me at all. He didn't want to speak to me because, I spoke to him. Hello, Mr. Fisher, how are you doing, sir? It took him about 2 minutes just to speak to me. Really.
He didn't want to talk to you at all?
At all. At all. So now I'm like, wow, man, that's a little bit too long there, man. I can understand maybe what 15, 20, 30 seconds maybe. But he was really heartbroken to speak to me.
Did he look over at McCall like, I gotta talk to
Yes,
this
he
black
did.
dude?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. So now we're getting into the question. I'm asking him, I'm like, Mr. Fisher, did you fire off rounds on 9 January 2022? His response was, I fire off rounds all the time. I don't know when I did it. Okay, no problem. So I went on to say, okay, Mr. Fisher, did you fire off rounds on 19 January 2022? I fire off rounds all the time. I don't know when I fire them off. Wow. So I went on to say, okay, Mr. Fisher, did you recall 19 January when you stated, fuck you, nigger, get out of the neighborhood, we don't like you, take the nigger level with you, white power. At this point in time, you would think that Mr. Fisher would be moved just a little bit to just hear what I said. His response was, I've also said, if you're going to act like a nigger, I'm going to treat you like a nigger.
Oh my God.
The judge and the bailiff were like, whoa. Hey, man, this is absolute craziness. Okay? And I'm like, whoa. So now I go on to a different, situation, what occurred, and it was just really bad, man. He was a bad witness for himself. Really. He was a terrible witness. So now
I can't believe they put him. And who subpoenaed him? McCullough?
McCullough.
What a
As
fucking.
a matter of fact,
Would you?
McCullough was
Hold
representing
on.
both.
Would you have? You didn't physically subpoena any of them.
No, sir.
That's what's crazy, right? Because he did all the work for you by summoning them to court. And we wouldn't have any of this information without those summons.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But it's really weird because these guys are so consumed and they think that they're right.
Yeah.
Really, they do.
Well, they've gone unchecked. They've gone unchecked because of Jennings and the rest of Brevard County sheriffs.
Right. And they feel as though, hey, they're right and everybody else is wrong. And I'm assuming that they're thinking that the judge was on board with that as well.
Yeah.
So basically, man, this small claims is basically it's a claim for malicious prosecution.
For you tried to get restraining orders on Fisher and Steve, and Fisher specifically was because he called you the N-word
and fired his weapon.
And then fired his weapon. So you went in the court, you tried to file some type of stalking charges on him, correct?
Correct. Yes. And I want an injunction just to make these people stop. And basically, the judge wanted to know, okay, what was our reasoning for filing this injunction? And we told them, and we felt as though that it was needed. The courts had to intervene, to stop these guys from the harassment and the stalking. Well, I basically, Kaylin was on the stand. I asked her those questions. And then the judge allowed me to be on the stand. And he asked me, hey, do you want to be questioned or would you just like to tell your story? I said, sir, I'd much rather just tell my story. Well, I did everything. I told my story, and everything went well. Okay. The judge asked everyone, are you finished with the questions? Are you finished with questions? You know, and everyone is like, yes. I was still on the stand. He said, Ms. Williams, I have a couple of questions. He says, I hope this doesn't offend you. So I'm waiting on the question. He says, are you the only African American in the community? Hey, Scott, bro, I broke down, man, because I have not wanted it to go that direction. But here it is. The judge addressed that pink polka dot elephant in the room. And when he asked me that, and I'm like, hey, sir, yes, I am the only black homeowner in the community. And then McCullough objects to it.
Of course, McCullough objected to it.
Tell me, man, how are you that silly? Why would you object to what the judge says? Come on, man. And the judge stopped immediately. He goes, this is relevant.
Yeah, fuck.
It's relevant.
Yeah, it's relevant.
And he says, for you to call, for your clients to call the police as many times as they have on this African American, he goes, you know what's going on in the United States. You watch the national news. There are things that are going on between law enforcement and African Americans. It is indeed relevant. You know, and he was not in a festive mood at all, because he had heard enough of it. And the judge went ahead and said, he says, well, I'm going to go ahead and I stopped him. And I said, hey, Your Honor, I'm sorry, but we didn't have time to submit our audio of, what's his name? Frank Fisher. The judge says, there's no need to. He's already admitted to it. I'm like, wow. And he went on and said, hey, I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to give you guys my ruling sometime during the week, but I'm going to have discussions with other, judges in regards to this, and I'll get back with you. The next morning, he forwarded his ruling. His decision ruling was for the defendants, which are us, and the plaintiffs received nothing.
Whoa!
They wanted like over $5,000 for. I think it's $4,000.
I didn't know the judge's response.
Yeah, he responded the next morning.
Fuck yeah, Jay.
The next morning, man, he
a W.
Hey, man, you know what, bro? Like I said, bro, man, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling damn good. And this is the thing. These guys are trying to make me out to they're making me out to be this person that I'm not. And they wanted everyone to believe that narrative that they established.
Yeah.
That I'm this out of control black man that's terrorizing the neighborhood.
With Kanye West.
Yeah, and it's like, hey, man, you know what? And they've said it a couple times in front of the judge, well, I don't like that type of music. And the judge looked at him like, wow. And they're not really understanding that, hey, man, the judge is on a totally different level than you guys. And you're thinking you're impressing him. No, you're digging your own grave right now.
Yeah.
But that's pretty much, what's been happening, man. I'm on cloud nine, guys. I'm serious because, man, I feel relieved.
It was the first time you weren't going backwards.
Yes. And you know what? It was because I truly understood what to do in court.
Ooh.
I clearly understood, man, and that's where they had me at a handicap, because I didn't really understand. Hey, man, you're telling me, what I did. You're trying to basically just get me focused on one thing, but I was being a little more emotional than I should have. And once I just totally compartmentalize things and get my emotions out of it, man.
You're damn right, and get down to the questions and the actual meat of the meat of it. And you've done them.
And you know what, man, Scott, understand this. I only need a yes/no answer.
Yep.
and that's all I did. And like I said, you want the yes or no answers. However, when you get a witness who tries to basically take control, I let him go.
Yeah.
Because I knew for a fact he was screwing himself. You know, the only way that the judge knows how he is if the judge listens to him.
Yeah.
You know, and but hey man, I tell you, man, I was impressed with Judge Freeland. I was impressed with him because I didn't necessarily make my case out to be a black-white situation. Yeah. And I told him that. I said, hey, sir, it's not a black or white situation.
Well, ask him the question. Ask him the question.
Yeah.
You missed that. You missed that part about when he asked Kaylin.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
Say that. Tell that little short story of that.
But you know what, Scotty? Well, you know my mindset with that because, hey man, I try to keep it just right or wrong, and so when the judge asked me, was it a racially motivated situation? I said no. And he immediately, I'm on a stand, dude. I'm on a stand. But he called out Kaylin Whitson. She's sitting at the podium. And he said, Kaylin Whitson, in your opinion, is this or is this not a racially motivated? She's like, absolutely, it is racially motivated. I'm like, wow. That's all he wanted to hear. I wanted to take the high road, okay?
Yeah.
I wanted to take the high road because, hey man, you know what, dude? I don't want to water the situation down because, dude, they were just wrong with their actions, okay? And I just wanted to look at it as it was a right or wrong thing, and here it is, man. The judge asked me the reason why I filed the injunction, and I said, sir, me as a provider and a protector, I was not only protecting my girlfriend, I was protecting my father. It's my responsibility to reach out to the courts in an attempt to get these people to stop what they're doing. And then that's just me, bro. And you know what, man? I'm gonna be honest with you, Scotty. The racial rhetoric that spewed from Frank's mouth, I'm okay with it. To be honest with you, I'm okay with it. Because he lets me know how he feels about me. I respect that. I really do. I respect it. The thing I don't respect are people that are like Steve Brayton and the Kramers. They have this deep-seated, I guess, racism, right? That they're denying. That's dangerous, bro. That is dangerous. Frank is not dangerous to me. Not at all. Because I know who he is. It's those people, man, that keeps it in and they hide it. And they hit you in the back of your head unexpectedly, man. That's the hurting part. And you know what, bro? This is what I do. And you know me for a fact, bro. This is how I am. I believe in my Constitution, bro. Hey, man, I joined the Army to protect and defend the United States Constitution. I was a federal employee. I took the same oath, man. And you know what, bro? Although Frank had this racial intent, that's still his First Amendment right. That's how I feel.
Yeah.
And I said this to the judge, and the judge was like, I appreciate it, but when weapons are brought into it, to threaten, to intimidate, to instill fear, that is something totally different.
Yeah, and like you said, it becomes breaking the law when you go from your beliefs, your freedom to believe, right? Your freedom of speech, right, to right, acting upon it and coupling it with gunshots and firing and threats and everything they did.
At that point in time, it becomes hate speech.
Then it becomes hate speech when it's coupled with it. You need
yes,
both arms of it to
yes,
make
yes,
it. And that's exactly what happened.
And it basically it lets these guys know that, hey, you know what? We think that we're right, and a judge is totally he put it on them.
Yeah.
He put it on them, man.
He held them accountable for the first time.
There you go. They were held accountable, man. Now the police, they basically believe their narrative.
Yeah.
And you know, man, just as the judge said, because I've stated this, but I keep it to myself. Hey, Scotty, who's to say, man, when will I encounter an overzealous police officer, or just a police officer not having a good day?
Yeah.
Hey, man, to be called hundreds of times, man, on this black man. Hey, sir, please understand this. That is a death warrant, sir. It's a death warrant. It's not a good feeling, man. It is not a good feeling for me not to know, like, wow, man, is this the day, man, that I encounter someone who's really, I guess, looking for a reason or an excuse to shoot me?
Yeah.
It's a scary feeling, man, but it's real. And that's the thing, Scotty, that's my reality, bro. A lot of people may hear it, but I was living it. You know, and then on top of that, to be thrown in jail, wow, man. It's a reality check for me as a black man. Hey, man, yes, I've done the military thing. I worked for the federal government, serving my country, bro. I've been to, hey, man, the fact that I lived decades outside of the United States, in Europe, Kuwait, Iraq. Hey, man, I come back home and I have to experience this, bro. That's not cool. That's a hard pill to swallow, bro. That's an extremely hard pill to swallow. But you know what? I continue to have a positive mindset, bro, despite all the stuff that's going on. But you know what? I tell you what. They tried their damnedest to make me out of something that I'm not. And what I've proven to them is that you're not going to make me into something that I'm not. I'm sorry, dude. I talk a lot.
No. You're actually filling in a bunch of people on the story, or at least a segment of it. And I got a couple questions though.
Okay,
did they use a? I just saw this from Blues Lady. She just said they used a battering ram. Did they have a battering ram?
Yes, sir, they did.
When they came at midnight to serve the aggravated stalking warrant or
yes,
whatever?
Yes, sir, they did. Yeah, they came with the battering ram. They're about 12, 14 deep. Yeah.
Did they smash a door in?
No, they didn't, but they were about to. Because we didn't know what the heck was going on, and we weren't going to open the door. Because they were telling us that there's a warrant out for our arrest, and it's like, what are you talking about? We've been here all day. As a matter of fact, that was the same that day. Earlier that day, we were actually in court, and I'm like, wow, if there was a warrant, wouldn't it have been easier for these guys to pick us up in court? You know, but they wait until that evening or that morning to come to our home and wake us up, and you know, they did what they did, and you know, it is what it is. So I'm like, wow, it's just one of those things, man. And then the thing that I guess shocked me was the fact that the police officers, they put both me and Kaylin in the same squad car
and took that picture.
Yes, I found that a little odd that they would take the two culprits and have them in the same squad car.
Male and female.
Male and female, yeah. And I'm like, this is weird. And they did it specifically to capture that photo.
Yeah, so what happened, guys, is when he got arrested, that was during the day?
No, that was
late at night, that picture?
Yes.
Okay, so when they came in, said that they were doing aggravated stalking. Half of the aggravating stalking affidavit was about me, which I hadn't been there for weeks. Sorry, Jay. Didn't mean to get you in a cage or anything. and they put him in the. They came with a bunch of people, tried to battle ram the door at midnight, right after he was in court earlier in the day, where they could have arrested him there. They could have effected the arrest, but then they wouldn't
have that shock and awe,
Yeah.
Because it wasn't drama. They didn't have us getting up at the crack of dawn, and they wouldn't have got that picture in the back seat.
Yeah, and so that picture was used by Fox Orlando, AOL, the Gateway Pundit. That photo was used to say that you guys are bad neighbors. So you could actually go on Google or whatever, put in bad neighbors, Brevard County, and you'll find the story. You'll see the picture of Jay and Kaylin in the back of the car, because Jay has no mugshots.
Right. So now here it is. After these guys have done this, and I'm in jail. When I first get out, I hear about this. It started off as a Facebook post from the sheriff's office, and the sheriff is basically calling, Kaylin and I bad neighbors.
Yeah.
Hey man, we've endured 3 years of the neighbors blocking our driveway with large boulders. We've encountered the neighbors calling the law enforcement in excess of 90 times for unsubstantiated loud noise complaints. We've endured neighbors, spewing out the racial rhetoric, firing weapons to intimidate and to instill the fear. But we are the bad neighbors. Man, that is absolutely outrageous, man.
How much money do you think you've spent so far?
Oh gosh. To date, I'd say maybe about 35,000. Absolutely. That's what makes basically my lawyer, my ex-lawyer,
her bitch ass. You suck.
Hey, you know what? This is an issue that I have with my attorney. And I hope that these people are listening to me, because they have a tendency to listen to your show. They talk all this stuff they don't want to talk, but guess what, man? They're listening to you. Okay?
Hi, McCullough, you piece of shit.
So now, and they know that you're, where you are, right? But they dread you coming back. They really do. And so this is a situation. Hey, man, I spoke with my attorney. Okay? When you did the interview with me, I provided her with your stream. At that point in time, I'm expecting some type of feedback from my attorney. Hey, Mr. Williams, hey, this guy, he's a little bit over the top. You may want to, disassociate yourself. I'm looking for some type of insight, okay? Some type of guidance, because that's my attorney. This was 24 November when I provided this to my attorney. Hey, man, she did nothing. She said nothing to me at all. But she's going to tell me that her office monitored your YouTube channel. Hold on. She didn't make me aware that she was monitoring your YouTube channel. Not at all. I'm a client. So now, she reaches out to me on December 4th. And she says to me, hey, Mr. Williams, we're at an impasse, and we have irreconcilable differences. So she says that she's going to withdraw from representing me. And she said to me, this YouTuber he said, some mean things about me and blah, blah, blah. You know what?
That doesn't sound like me.
Hey, at this point in time, I was a little concerned because I'm like, you know how I am. Hey,
Yeah.
man, Scotty, that's my attorney, man. If she was to say something to me like, hey, you know what? Can you tell this guy not to? I would have done it, man.
Yeah.
If she was to ask me to say something to you, bro, I would have done it. I trust my attorney, bro.
Yeah.
But yet, she tells me about this so-called stream that you called her out her name, and then you have your followers that just bashed her. And I'm thinking like, wow. And you know what? I was like, wow, man, I've never heard this. Okay. And I searched for the stream. Hey, man, I could not find this elusive stream.
Yeah, it got copyrighted and it was too long.
So guess what? When she reached out to me, I don't know. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know if what she said to me was true or not, because there's nothing substantiating it, sir.
Yep.
There was nothing substantiating it. All I know right now is that my attorney abandoned me, and she has nothing to substantiate her reason for abandoning me. Am I right or wrong?
True.
That's not a good thing, man. That is not a good thing, bro. And you know what? And this is another
Well,
thing.
and she sold you under the bus when she agreed to the emergency injunction, too.
Well, you know what? And this is the reason why I was a little. At this point in time, I'm extremely frustrated with what she did, what she didn't do. She did not represent me. Okay? When she should have been fighting for me. And I'm hoping that they're listening to me. Because if you're listening to me, you know for a fact there will be a legal proceeding for this. Understand that. Because when that judge said to McCullough, I'm going to give you the first shot at writing an order. The process is the opposing counsel writes the order. The opposing counsel submits the order to the other counsel.
Yeah, because and what that is, the judge is not supposed to be involved with any orders. The orders are made only between the two parties. And
agreed upon.
And it's agreed upon, and the legal term is a meeting of the minds. And so the judge is only there to be an arbitrator or mediator in between differences in between the two parties. So
you know what, man?
Yeah,
after he sent it to her, or allegedly sent it to her, she did not reach out to her clients to proof that draft, to agree on that draft. She did not. We did not see that draft at all. Hey, man, that's not the way the process works. Man, you know what? This is the thing I guess these guys really did not understand about James Williams. As a federal employee, hey, man, in my professional capacity, I am a quality assurance specialist. I'm a certified process auditor. I understand the process. There is a process. There has to be a process, man. These guys are not understanding who the hell I am and what I do for a living. And I'm extremely proficient with it.
Tell everyone listening what you do for a living, or what you did do for a living.
Oh, I am I'm a senior quality assurance specialist for the Department of Defense, and I'm also a federal mediator. So I'm not afraid to basically speak my piece. I'm not. I'm extremely fact-oriented, right? You can't go wrong if you stick with the facts. This is the thing that these people are not grasping at all. They're not grasping, and you know what? I'm glad they're not, because they have, essentially, they have, what's a good word? They basically have taken me as an underdog.
Soft target.
They've underestimated me and my ability to speak. But I'm gonna tell you this: conversation between myself and McCullough, Mr. McCullough. First met this individual back in February of 23. He tried to befriend me. I did not trust this individual because he came off a little bit too strong. Mr. McCullough is going to come to me and say, wow, James, I'd like to get to know you. I want to know you better. Hey, man. I'm like, whoa, dude. Jay don't swing that way. But anyways, bro, here it is, man. I'm like, what's the deal? Well, hey, why don't you come over to my house? We have some drinks. Sir, I don't drink. Well, just come on over, just talk. I'm not that dude, man. Especially when this man will say to me, James, you're just so intelligent. You're so articulate. Hey, man, for this individual to say this to me, and believe it or not, Scotty, it's been said to me quite some time, bro. Quite a few times in my life, bro. And it's a backhand slap, man. It's a backhand slap, bro. Because that tells me, evidently, this guy is not accustomed to being around black men who can speak. Hey, bro. Man, we can speak, bro. But it tells me that he's had a small sample size, if you will, of black people in his life. And for him, I guess he feels as though it's a pat on the back. No, it's not. I take extreme offense to it. Extreme offense, man. And it's something that, bro, he has this mindset that he's above people. He treats these people as if he's God sent. He's their savior. And all he's doing is basically, he's taking advantage of these people. He's exploiting them. Just as we discussed earlier, man, here it is. He brought these guys into the courtroom.
What an idiot.
Yes.
I fucking love,
Yes.
That's why I was saying, like, if there's ever time to represent yourself or be yourself, present your case, it's against McCullough. Literally, and that's why that's why I called that lawyer a bitch, because I read the motion and it was copy and pasted from the internet, and there wasn't any substance to it. It was just case law.
He was just rambling on, you know, and now, and this is a situation, because me going back to the transcripts, okay, of the judge's ruling, and for me to read what that judge says, he says you can discuss your case online, social media. You can do this.
Yeah.
And to hear McCullough filed this frivolous contempt charge.
Yeah.
Now, the judge said
3 contempt charges. He tried to do 3.
Exactly. And it's one of those things that, hey, you know what?
Contempt
the
and
judge said it's okay.
Yeah, contempt and sanctions, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things like, wow, man, what is wrong with you, man? But here it is, because he doesn't like it, he wants to put it in the court order. Hey, man, no, it's not about you.
Whoa. So in that court order, there was talk about the social media?
Well, actually, it wasn't.
He just said that in the response, in the contempt pleadings.
In the contempt. Yes.
Okay.
And he can't do it because the judge already stated in his ruling that we can talk about it. We cannot threaten anyone.
Yeah.
That's what he said. And there was no threats at all. We can talk about the situation, man. And he was just, he's just out to basically, and this is the situation. He actually sent me an email, and he has been extremely unprofessional. He said, man, he constantly says a lot of disparaging comments, right? And he says it because he knows that I'm not an attorney. However, I've contacted the judge, and I let the judge know, and I provided the emails that McCullough sent to me. Hey man, this guy, as a matter of fact, he has an obligation as an attorney to be professional both inside the court and outside the court. I know these things. Hey Scott, man, I pound the law library, bro. I pound it, and I'm reading upon the ethical rules for the bar. Hey man, he's not there, and I'm letting the judge know he's not there. And I'm not just stating it or just alleging it. I'm providing email correspondence to the judge in regards to what McCullough is saying to me. And you know what? He doesn't like it. I know he doesn't like it, but he needs to change his style. Or he should change his mindset, and just treat me and respect me as I do him. Make sense?
It makes total sense. And so what do you have, to let people know, what do you have coming up? When's your next court date? You have the civil case, and then you have the aggravated stalking, and then you have the the armed trespassing for Kaylin. Are those two cases separate? Or are they running them at the same time?
They're separate. However, I haven't. Wow, I don't want to talk you guys' ear off, but I have to let you guys know this.
Tell us, man. I got time. I'm just sitting here. I need this right now. So you talk as long as you need to talk. Get it all out.
I have a criminal case for the plainly audible standard, and I had that hearing.
That's a different case. That's a different case. That's for That's for the only sound ordinance violation that has stuck so far.
Yes.
Okay.
So here it is. This actually occurred. This right here will basically let everyone know how corrupt Brevard County Sheriff Office is. And this is no joke. This is real. I'm living it. They basically come out to my place and they state that they can hear my music at 300 feet. So if they can hear it, if it's plainly audible and they can hear it, doesn't matter if it's faint. If they can hear it, it's plainly audible, and therefore I'm violating the county noise ordinance. Well, that was in October of 23. And then I got a court date for 11 January 24. Prior to that court date, there was a call for loud music. It was on January 1st, 2024. I had a Lieutenant Tolley, with two other deputies come to my home. At this point in time, Kayla and I, we got to the point where we really don't trust Brevard County Sheriff's Office. So every encounter, we record them. So Kaylin had the phone capturing footage, and the first question that Kaylin asked Lieutenant Tolley was, "What is the decibel level?" He responded with 45 decibels. And we were like, okay, cool. Because the actual level for Brevard County, the allowable level is 60 decibels. No problem. He says, no, I can hear it at 300 feet. Okay, you just confirmed that you can hear 45 decibels at 300 feet. Well, long story short, hey man, he doesn't cite us or anything like that. He goes on his way. Here it is, 11 January. 10 days later, I see Lieutenant Tolley in court. At this point in time, Judge Brown, he's like, "Mr. Williams, are you ready?" "Yes." "State, are you ready?" "Yes." "Here, does the state have a plea deal for Mr. Williams?" They said what they had. I told the judge, I'm not interested in probation for no one. I'm innocent. I don't want it. So then the state says, Your Honor, at this time you have Lieutenant Tolley speaking in the state's ear. they say, Your Honor, we have another charge, for Mr. Williams. And the judge is like, wait, does Mr. Williams know about this? And they said, no. He goes, well, why are you saying anything now? Because you're not going to do it in my court. Not today. It's not going to happen. The judge was extremely adamant about these guys ambushing me. So he calls a recess. And he says, Mr. Williams, you can listen to him, but you don't have to combine these cases.
Okay, and combine, that's another word for joinder. So basically they're trying to run the cases together as joinder because it's the same parties, or at least some of the same parties.
Right, and allegedly it was the exact same charge.
It was the exact same charge for a noise ordinance violation, but it was 3 weeks apart from each other. Yes. So you have the lieutenant in there of Brevard County. This isn't a sergeant. This isn't an officer. This is a lieutenant whispering in the air, and this is after you refused the plea deal, correct?
Correct.
So Jay refused the plea deal. So this is just a misdemeanor ordinance violation, correct, Jay? Yes. That Jennings told us that no one is supposed to serve jail time for, correct?
Correct.
So you're in court facing jail time for the noise ordinance.
60 days.
60 days in jail for the noise ordinance. They give you a plea deal. You say, no thanks. Then you have the lieutenant of Brevard County Sheriff whispering in the state's ear, the prosecutor, the state's attorney, and then the judge, again, protecting you and making sure you're not ambushed.
Correct. Okay. So now, when the judge calls a recess, the state comes up and they tell me, well, we have another charge, Mr. Williams, and this charge is from 1 January 2024. And you know what? It's really bad because that video that I took, hey man, I had that video prepared on a thumb drive as evidence of the harassment that I'm experiencing.
Yeah.
But they're telling me that I violated the ordinance on that day. And I'm like, I know for a fact, hey man, I actually shared this video with you, Scott.
Yeah.
And the first thing that this lieutenant said, it was 45 decibels. Hey man, you can't say it's 45 decibels and still violate me, man. No, you don't do that. That's lying. Because you know for a fact I did not exceed the allowable level. So now, court's back in session. And I told the judge, he goes, Mr. Williams, do you understand what they're asking? Yes, sir, I do. And he asked me, hey, what is your decision? I said, sir, I want to go ahead and combine these cases. And he's like, really? And then that's when I said to the judge, sir, on this thumb drive that I'm submitting to the state, it also has the incident that occurred on 1 January. And at this time, everybody's like, ooh, you have footage? Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
And the footage is
the lieutenant.
The lieutenant saying that you're playing the music at 45 decibels, correct?
Yes.
15 decibels below the legal limit during the day.
Yes. And it was one of those like, wow. So here it is. The judge, he's like, whoa. And to be honest with you, he actually smiled. It's like, you have footage of this? Yes, I do.
And not only do you have it, you're ready for it. They're literally doing surprise prosecution, and you're fucking already have the video on there.
Right.
Beautiful.
And
Beautiful.
So now, man, that happened, that occurred on that Thursday. Hey, man, Thursday, I know for a fact that Lieutenant Tully was a little annoyed with me, but I don't care. So now we're going to fast forward from 11 January to 15 January. Hey, man, I received correspondence in the mail from the courts, informing me that I had an arraignment on the 12th of for a ticket that I received. And this ticket was for driving with license suspended with knowledge. Hey guys, I had no knowledge of this ticket. They did not stop me for this ticket. Brevard County Sheriff's Office, they're writing phantom tickets. These guys stated that I was stopped on Martin Luther King Day, 10 o'clock that morning. And I'm like, whoa, what's going on? So I immediately, I'm like, wow, I don't recall this. So in my vehicle, guys, I have a Polaris slingshot, the 3-wheel motorcycle. And to be honest with you, I have the only 3-wheel motorcycle in Brevard County that is it's stretched to a 4-seater. So they cannot mistake me for anyone. These jokers wrote all my information on this ticket. And this one, gosh, what's his name? The deputy's name was Mays. Yes. And then Mays, he actually had a witness to this ticket. And the witness to this ticket would be Lieutenant Tolley. So at this point in time, I'm like, wow, man, this is just real. This is unreal.
All right,
so
hold on. Let me. I'm just getting these down. Tolley was the one who went into court and whispered in the prosecutor's ear.
Yes.
Correct. The lieutenant, which is like the third, like that's a pretty high command in the police department. And then Tolley is also the one who called you way back and thought he was talking to Steve.
Oh no, that was another lieutenant. That was Lieutenant Lape.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure I got all the lieutenants right because I'm still trying to hammer it down. All right, go on.
Okay.
Sorry.
So now, when he says that Tolley was the witness, I'm like, hey man, this is not making sense because Scotty, I have a dash cam in all of my vehicles, and it's a shame for me to say this. I don't have a dash cam in my vehicle because of the crime around. I have a dash cam on all 4 of my vehicles because I don't trust the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. I want everything to be on film. It's pretty sad, but it's true.
Yeah, no.
So
it's good. It's safe. It's safe. There's safety in having the film.
Absolutely. So I have that on my slingshot. Not only do I have that, but because it's a motorcycle. Are you familiar with the GPS tiles?
No.
It's a little device that we put in the vehicle just in case someone steals the vehicle, right?
Yeah, it's like it's a tag, an air tag.
Yeah, it's a tracker.
Yeah.
You know, it tracks where the vehicle is. We have that in the vehicle as well, just in case. Well, we went online and got the information in regards to where the vehicle was on
Martin Luther
15
King.
January. Yes. And at 10 o'clock that morning, the vehicle was in our garage. The vehicle didn't move until later that evening, like maybe 8 o'clock. So I took another step to ensure that I'm covered. I went ahead and I called Brevard County, and I sent an email to Brevard County Records, and I made a FOIA request. And at FOIA request, I requested, the dash cam for that particular deputy 15 minutes prior to 10 o'clock and 15 minutes after 10 o'clock. The response I received was, Mr. Williams, there's no dash cam footage for that deputy at that time on that date. I'm like, wow, that's kind of odd. So then I followed up with another FOIA request. A FOIA request for the dash cam video of the witness, Lieutenant Tolley. Again, I received a response, Mr. Williams, there's no dash cam footage of Lieutenant Tully at this time on this date. I'm like, whoa, man. Something is not cool, bro. Okay? That's not cool at all, guys. So at this point in time, I'm totally baffled because I'm like, man, this is not making sense. But it gets even worse. This incident allegedly occurred 15 January. However, it wasn't filed until 25 January. I was arrested 24 January. Okay? I was arrested 24 January. They didn't submit it or file it until 25. That was the next day. But I was already bonded out. But I'm going to let you know that phantom ticket, driving while license suspended with knowledge, it carries 60 days in jail.
Yep.
So they were hoping that I didn't bond out. They would have had me in jail for at least 60 days. That's not cool, guys.
So
It's not cool.
So when is that court date hearing for the misdemeanor?
For let's see, the phantom ticket, I've already had that court date and it was dismissed.
Oh, that was physically dismissed.
Huh?
That was physically dismissed.
Yes, it was dismissed.
By the judge?
Another judge. Yeah, another judge. I think I've seen all of our county judges.
You're getting it. Well, I'll tell you what, man. These types of experiences, you start becoming real comfortable in the courtrooms and how to do it.
And you know what? Thank you for saying that. Thank you for saying that, because the more that I'm appearing in court, the more confidence I'm starting to feel. And it's not good for them at all, because I can basically state my case.
Yeah.
A lot better.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know?
You're doing amazing now.
And at this point in time, don't get it twisted, bro. I will never ever even think, that I'm an attorney. Those guys, they do it, man, on a whole different level. But you know what? I find it hard pressed to believe that the average man cannot defend themselves in court.
Yeah. Exactly.
And that's where I'm at right now. I'm extremely comfortable. Extremely comfortable.
Well,
man.
and you're becoming comfortable in telling your narrative through questioning the witnesses.
Yes.
And
yes.
And that's really where it's at, is to be able to be in control of the narrative and to know their bullshit narrative so well, better than them, that you could then argue why why their narrative is bullshit and your narrative is right.
But you know what? Now check this out. That being said, Scotty, I went back to court in regards to what is it?
The felonies?
Oh God. With the loud noise complaint.
Yes.
And the state attorney's office did not file on that 1 January because they can't. You have video with this officer saying that it's 45 decibels. So they didn't file. So now they come to court and they tell the judge that they want to combine the aggravated stalking with it. Yes.
Wait, what?
Yeah. They wanted to combine the misdemeanor with this felony.
That's actually what they just did in a case here in California to this guy Josiah. Same exact thing. They created a joiner between a felony and a misdemeanor.
Yep, they sure did.
Oh, that's interesting.
But they weren't able to sustain, I guess, the second charge that they had. But, the second charge pretty much, it screwed them. It screwed the first charge, really. Because, man, they're just out of control. But they don't have anything for this aggravated stalking, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which
nothing.
because I'm fucking literally part of it.
Yes. You know, it's like, what are you talking about? Because we didn't stalk. And they went on to say that stalking them in the media and stuff. No, man.
Stalking them.
The judge said it was okay.
Well, and
it's okay to talk about it.
And what is Fox News and Gateway Pundit and all those articles?
Oh my God. You know what they did? They ran a story without vetting
the information.
The story. Exactly. They didn't vet the information that was given to them. And hey, man, and I tell you like this, and I don't know if these guys know or have seen the story, but in Brevard County, I have been placed on the sheriff's high intensity target list. For everyone out there that don't really understand what that means, please take the first letter of each word that I said. Sheriff's high intensity target list. I'm on the sheriff's shit list. And the sheriff actually wrote this. I mean, this is illusion.
Yeah.
And then he had the audacity to tell, oh yeah, guys, I'm gonna tell you the thing about me. I'm pretty true to who I am, okay? But when I actually got out of jail and I read this story, and the sheriff actually stated that myself and Kaylin, we earned a T-shirt. You know, mess around and find out about Brevard County.
Trucker girl's in here too right now. Trucker, yeah, Trucker.
She was with me.
Yeah, and Dire Wolf and Trucker Girl are both in the chat right now listening.
Hey, she was with me, and because she was going there by herself, and I was like, hey man, no, I can't allow you to go there by yourself. And I said, hey dude, I'm gonna go ahead and get dressed, and we're gonna go there. And to be honest with you, I didn't know what I was gonna say. I really didn't. But when I arrived, it happened. Well, the trucker girl and I, we walked in, and the receptionist was like, how can I help you? And and I said to her, I'm here to collect my free T-shirt. Trucker girl looked at me. She's like, what? I'm like, the lady was like, your T-shirt? Yes. I said, yes. Sheriff Wayne Ivey promised me a T-shirt, and then she asked, she goes, well, what's your name? I said, I'm James Williams Jr., Miss Effie's son. Trucker girl was like, what the hell? She was shocked that I said it, but that was the first thing that came to my mind. Miss Effie's son does not play at all. So now, receptionist, calls upstairs and, whatever. And then this guy comes out. And this guy comes out. It wasn't the sheriff. But, he comes out and he automatically assumes that Sally, he automatically assumes that this is my significant other. Hey, man. And he said some crazy stuff like, gosh, what was it? Well, you guys have a lot of legal, and legal things to think about. And she's like, wait, what are you talking about? Dude, she got knee deep in his ass. To be honest with you, man, I was like, ooh. I was like, ooh. Wrong one, man.
The cop thought because it was a white girl sitting next to you, it was Caitlin.
Yes.
Yes.
And he picked the wrong one.
Yeah, it's not one you want to fucking tangle with.
Hey, as a matter of fact, she let him know right off, man.
That's a firecracker.
Yes, it was. And yeah, but at that point in time, I asked, for a meeting with, the sheriff. I said, I am a concerned constituent. I'd like to speak with the sheriff. Well, the sheriff is busy. Okay, I understand that. But I need an appointment, okay? That appointment never came. Never. But yeah, dude, I tell you what, man, this has been, I guess, wow, an experience. Now, I'm not going to tackle the criminal side. I will do the civil thing.
Yeah.
The criminal side, that's something, that I basically selected an attorney to do that for me, because these guys are trying to play for keeps. Okay.
Yeah. Well, and those are felonies. And how many years are you facing in jail for the felonies?
Thank you. And that's the thing. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to do that.
So
I'll deal with this.
So you got an attorney. You got an attorney and an attorney for Kaylin too, for her.
Yes.
For both cases.
To be honest with you, wow, the attorney that I have, this gentleman actually, he ran for sheriff of Brevard County.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting.
The last, and he has different views than Sheriff Wayne Ivey. Oh yeah.
Interesting.
No doubt. It is very interesting.
And
as a matter of fact, Tucker girl, she encouraged me. Hey, you may want to talk to this guy. I'm like, okay, man, no problem. But you know what? This guy, because he does not see eye to eye with the sheriff, hey man, it was getting extremely pricey for attorneys. Okay.
Yeah.
And we were talking about an excessive like $30,000. And
for attorneys.
Yes.
Damn.
For my loan case and 2 cases for Kaylin.
Damn.
And you know what? This attorney, we had a conversation. He told me 12.5. No, it was 10.5. I'm sorry, 10.5, bro.
So $10,000. Did you have to put $10,000 down right away?
No, not at all. And this is the thing. I put like a little less than half.
Okay.
And then I give them payments every month.
Okay.
That's just how. And I've actually done a couple functions for him.
Oh, you've done some events at his place.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. And that I want to throw something out as I remember it here. When Fox, Orlando, and Gateway Pundit and AOL and Yahoo ran the story about you, did that affect Kaylin's business?
Yes, it did. It affected the business immediately. We have a couple of resort hotels that basically decide to go a different route due to and we asked these guys to let us know exactly why they discontinued our services, and they specifically said it was because of what the sheriff put out there. Yes, it
affected a couple of resorts, and it affected the Chamber of Commerce too, correct?
Yes, it did.
And you got in writing specifically that they stopped using you because of that.
Absolutely.
All right, beautiful. I just wanted to. Go ahead. Sorry.
And you know what, man? And that's that right there. When they did this, they made sure when they gave us, basically our walking papers, hey, they specified exactly why they did what they did. I'm loving it.
Yeah.
Because you know what? There has to be accountability.
Yeah.
There has to be accountability, man. And hey, I'm okay. I'm okay with it.
No, and David in here, the Grateful guy just said, so actual damages for a lawsuit. Nice. Yeah, and you got attorney fees. Like, eventually, if this ever gets into a civil suit on your end, you're just going to, I'll tell you what, you're after all the court stuff, you're like, do I even want to sue so I never go to court again?
I tell you this, man, it has been a journey. It really has. And right now, dude, I'm so I'm so, I guess, I'm at peace, bro. I'm
That's
at peace,
good.
man.
That's good.
And, you know, at this point, hey, Scotty, if you have anyone with any questions, man, I'll take on any questions, bro, if that's okay.
Yeah, for sure. And finish up with the lawyer. I didn't mean to cut you off. I just wanted to, I had it in my mind.
No, that's just basically it. We're gonna allow him to do, you know, his thing. Bro.
So where are you at in the process in those two cases? Have you gotten discovery yet?
Nope.
No. So it just kind of
No.
you just just showed up, and I'm sure you got a continuance right away.
Actually, they asked for a continuance. The state. Because they didn't have anything on us. It's kind of hard to. First of all, it's kind of hard to prove stalking.
Well, yeah, especially if it's me. I wasn't even fucking there.
Yeah, exactly. And it's almost impossible to, I guess, you know, prove aggravated stalking.
Yeah, you'd have to be like contacting them. You'd have to be like.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah, if you're guilty of aggravated stalking, then all the neighbors are most definitely guilty of aggravated stalking.
Absolutely.
You know, that's it's so ironic and funny, truthfully.
It's one of those things, man. What goes around comes around, bro. And you know what? When the courts really hear what's going on, it is absolutely unreal. Unreal, bro.
Yeah, and I'm gonna. I wanted to talk to you, and I got some of the video made already. I've been just fucking lazy and doing other shit, but
no, it's okay, man.
But you're fucking. I just to talk to you, and I'm gonna show people. I want to introduce you a few times and get you into this new crowd over here, because that was some of the reason I came out here, was to tell your story. And
outstanding. Thank you, Scott. Thank you.
500 people, and there was other reasons, but that was you know, like I didn't feel safe coming back to Florida. I thought
I understand.
Jennings wanted to put me in a cage, and I wanted my freedom. So there is a question from David. That's one of our easement experts here. Jay, was Scott an attractive lady in your opinion?
I don't know, man. Hey, but I know Frank didn't like it.
I had Frank feeling all sorts of way in my dress.
Hey, you know what? It was so funny because you triggered him. It was unreal on how fast you triggered my neighbors, man. And to be honest with you, I wasn't happy about it, because I'm like, wow, man. You don't make it that easy, dude. You know.
Well, so the chat knows I went undercover in drag as an undercover drag man, asking, promoting, saying that Antifa doesn't approve on the sign. I made it real great. And Trucker Girl did my makeup, and she helped me out. I had a wig. And we went with a Mimi meets Laura Loomer. Some of you guys might not know Mimi, and some of you guys might not know Laura Loomer. But we nailed it. She nailed it. And lots of bronzer. And
it was epic, man.
Yeah, epic. And that triggered Frank Fisher, the racist, into calling me a faggot and then going and firing gunshots within a matter of minutes of him showing up.
Really?
And I can't imagine what was going through Jay's head when I showed up in a dress and the makeup.
Hey, to be honest with you, I'm gonna tell you this. All right, you heard my story. I've spoken to you about my story, and you know, initially you're like, God, man,
move. I told you to move.
Yeah. You're like, man, get the hell out of there. You know, but when you actually came here, you're like, whoa, dude, no, this is too much. Yeah, and you know, I didn't think my neighbors were as bad as they were. I didn't. And you told me, you're like, hey, man, if they've said this to you, they will lose their minds if I'm dressed like this. And I was hoping that you're wrong. But you're spot on, man. I was like, wow, because you triggered Frank, and then after that you had McCullough calling the police. It was just, it was too much. I was like, wow, man. And it was really bad is the fact that they felt comfortable talking to you like this. Just as with Steve. Steve, he's up here. He's going to state when you're interviewing him, yeah, Frank said, you know, if he's going to act like a nigger, you're going to treat him like a nigger. Hey, man, how do you get a person to feel that comfortable? That's absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And then you get, you know, Kramer, he's up here, well, people say it all the time. Like it's okay.
Yeah.
Hey, but here it is, Scotty. You're able to actually, you're actually able to talk to these people, and they talk to you as if they were right. As if this is acceptable in this day and age. You know, it amazed me, man. Really, bro. It really did. And basically coming out dressed up as a woman, man. Wow. Wow. That was this, man. Extremely effective. Extremely.
Well, thank you. I had fun doing it, man. We were laughing. Me and Trucker Girl were laughing our ass off, man. We were just, we couldn't help it. I had a couple Budweisers too, so that helped.
Man, I tell you, man, you know what? To be honest with you, it was real. It was real. But I think you really understood the severity of, I guess, the total environment that I was in. It wasn't just my neighbors. It was the Brevard County Sheriff's Office who basically empowered the neighbors.
Yep. And truthfully, this is what's going on here in LA. It's the same exact thing, and it's actually the same exact thing that happened in West Virginia. The group I was protesting in West Virginia, 1776, was being empowered by the local Berkeley County. There's Brevard County Sheriffs, and West Virginia was the Berkeley County Sheriffs. Same situation. A bunch of illegal phone calls, police calls, every call that you could think of, sound calls, and the sheriff not stopping it and saying, hey, stop calling it. It's the same exact thing that happened to you, and it's the same exact thing that's happened out here in LA. A bunch of false phone calls, making a narrative that is not true, that is false, and actually making it very dangerous for the people on the other end of it, the other party.
And what they're doing, Scotty, they're essentially empowering these people, man. That's the sad part, bro.
Yeah.
That is the sad part, man.
That's exactly what's happening at the restaurant we're at. They're empowering these people to know that, hey, we could attack them. We could come after them and do it, and we're not gonna get in trouble for it. And
that's crazy, man.
And but what some of this gives me hope, at least in your case, and here, some of the judges are not for it. The judges are independent in some capacity, and I got all my friends coming through. I just saw 2 locals. I feel so safe here now.
That's a good thing.
They just gave me thumbs up. He gave me a thumbs up. The last one asked if I needed a drink.
Good.
But yes, it's the sheriffs they're empowering the people to make it an unsafe environment.
It is a strict hostile environment, bro. It's hostile, bro, and they're not really understanding, or they're not grasping what they're actually doing, bro.
Yeah.
You know, and if they were to basically say, you know what, just keep it black and white, right or wrong, acceptable, unacceptable, you know, and there's nothing wrong with that, man. You know, and basically, you know, here it is, they're trying to appease, I guess, a certain
demographic,
a certain crowd. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
Yeah.
And that's where you go wrong, dude. It's, man, hey, bro, there's been many people, bro, you know, get themselves in a bind, dude, because you want to think and believe that law enforcement is there to provide protect and serve everyone. But man, it's sad because they're not.
Well,
they have their I guess they have their own agenda, man.
Yeah, and that's the reality, and it's how you move through that reality is what really makes or doesn't make you. You know, it's taking those blinders off and being like, all right, there's some good people here and there's bad people here.
Right.
Who are the bad people? And let me watch out for those bad people. And they really come at you. You are being terrorized with legal actions now. I was like, Jesus. So actually, you must be feeling great now because the small claims thing that you won last week, that was served during one of my live streams at your house.
Yes, it was.
We actually got paper served, so that really kind of killed the mood a little bit. You went and DJ'd later that night, but to see that, it was
a damper, man.
Oh, that was a damper, but to see it over and done now, you won. Not only did you win, you got all this great stuff on the we have written oral testimony under oath that and he was so dumb that he actually admitted it all and said the N-word and went over that, like an idiot, like really. And McCullough gave you the officers, the subpoena, the officers who are now that's evidence. You don't even have to do a deposition because you have that evidence, and you could have the transcriber come and testify to it. If they don't say it verbally out loud again, that transcript person could come and testify to the transcripts, and then that would be evidence.
There you go. And that's what we've already done. We've already actually ordered the transcripts of the hearing.
Okay.
Because man, I tell you, it was like, wow, what was the purpose of him bringing in the police like that? It served no purpose. Really, because he's trying to convince the judge that I don't even know what he's trying to convince the judge of, because it wasn't relevant, because it's a criminal case, and he's trying to get the judge to agree, okay, yeah, it's in contempt. It doesn't matter. And the judge told him, hey, the police, they are the executive branch. He cannot tell the police what to do. Okay? He cannot order them to arrest me or anything like that. They are the executive branch. If they come out and they arrest, that's because they want to do it. Now, if he feels as though that I'm in contempt, he can have his, his court date, and he can find me in contempt. Hey, man, that's the way it works. But he didn't give the police officers, that, it's not a criminal court order, it's civil.
Yeah.
He didn't give them that authority to arrest or anything like that.
Yeah, he didn't give them arrest powers.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're not grasping. And it's like, hey, man, he didn't do that, but you guys are trying to make it out to something that is not. And him bringing those guys in, oh, my goodness. That's why I did what I did, because I'm like, hey, man, I just want these guys to, the most important thing is that, hey, you guys are not surveyors. They cannot say they knew what the boundaries markers are. They can't. And then to say that, oh, we use this civil court order? No. And, hey, man, Scotty, on top of this being a civil court order, it was a temporary injunction. It wasn't final. It was not final. And then the judge left it open that we can tweak that injunction. And that's the thing that it didn't state that in the actual injunction. It was stated in his ruling.
And
the thing that
you read the book on the civil rules of procedure.
Yes, sir. You have to.
And that was from Direwolf. Direwolf got that for you.
Absolutely.
Damn, Direwolf, you bought him a book. He read the book, and it fucking helped him.
It was extremely beneficial, man. And like I said, the more that I read, the more times I'm in court, the more confidence I gain.
Yeah.
And hey, dude, I'm gonna tell you guys like this, right? I know it seems overwhelming if you go to court, but don't allow it to be bigger than you. Don't allow it to be bigger than you. You know, I learned in trial and error. You can't. You have to do it.
Yeah,
You
trial by
have that
fire.
Trial and error.
Trial by
Yes.
fire.
Absolutely, man. You know, you have to get out there and, bro, just do it. You know, my stuff. I'm fortunate that, hey, man, I'm a pretty laid back person, and because I'm very factual, that gives me a good foundation. I'm not going to allow it to be bigger than me. I'm not going to allow the situation to get out of hand. You know, I tell you what, in the beginning, I'm like, oh, dude, I'm fucking up by the numbers. You know, but I had to get over that learning curve. I had to get over that learning curve, and bro, I'm there now, bro. I'm there. I'm not just the average, I guess, defendant. Not at all.
No, we're defender of ads here.
There you go.
And can you give a little word about Kaylin and how she was doing with like the objections and stuff?
Holy smokes, man!
And who Kaylin is, so people know who Kaylin is if they don't know.
Kaylin, you know, she's my rock star, man. Kaylin's my girlfriend, and she's how can I? She's a younger version of Trucker Girl. I mean, just full of piss and vinegar, man. and I'm being real, dude. And it's one of those things. I guess that's why those guys get along so well. You know, but she is my rock, bro, and she keeps me going. And we have a team, I guess, concept in the courtroom. I am strictly focused on questions and answers. That is my job. Her job, she's strictly focused on objections, the relevance, hearsay. That's what she listens for.
Asked and answered.
There you go. There you go, bro. And she's conquered it. She's conquered it, and it just as when we were in the hearing, the motion for contempt, when these guys were trying to just do their little shenanigans, but in Judge Freeland's court, she was a superstar, and Judge Freeland was impressed, man. He's like, wow. But you have to have, I guess, you have to have a plan, man, when you go to court. There has to be a plan. I'm not an attorney, so I can't just go there and just freelance. I have to think about it.
Yeah.
Okay? And I'm focused on thinking about it. I'm not focused on objecting to anything. That is her forte. And, prior to going to court, hey, she's going through, what to object to, things to object to. I'm like, whoa, man, that's what's up, dude. But, man, we make a pretty decent team, bro.
No, I think you guys, I was impressed how she was given a little with what a form of question is and what you object to, and how quickly she was able to
just catch on.
Just to catch on to it.
Yeah. I was, to be honest with you, Scotty, I was sitting next to her, and I was like, whoa, really?
Well, you guys,
she shocked me.
You guys are doing amazing. Like, I'm so proud of you, and
thank you, man.
I just yeah.
Man, appreciate you, bro. And you know what, man? I'm a pretty confident person, and I want you to know yourself, Direwolf, Trucker Girl, man, you guys are the foundation, bro.
Oh.
I'm so serious, man. Because without you guys, man, and these guys, man, They hold my feet to the fire, bro. You as well. And that's what I want. That's what I need. You know? And in a sense, man, it's like iron sharpening iron.
Yep.
Bro, that's lethal, man. Believe it. You know, and everything that I've accomplished, everything that Kayla and I have accomplished, man, it's because of you guys. You guys are the foundation. That's for damn sure.
Oh, thank you,
You feel
man.
me?
I feel
No,
you.
man,
Yeah, you got me. Both Trucker Girl and Direwolf. It's been a team effort. The
Yes.
the five of us. And Blues Lady. I
was just about to say, I can't forget, man, Blues Lady, man.
Yeah.
Man. And you know what, man? Dude, understand at the beginning how you guys, man, Blues Lady, you guys went into, what was it, the, Clark County clerk's office and just ripping shit up, bro. You know, I'm like, wow. You remember what I said to you. I'm a very competitive person, man. Extremely. And when I see people working hard, bro, I have no choice but to match their energy, man. Matching your energy, bro, is lovely, bro. I don't have a problem with it at all. You know? But it's one of those things. Some people, they tend to just concede to a person doing everything. No, I'm not that dude at all. I have to match that energy, man. And everybody pretty much knows how you are, bro. You know? And just to see that's inspiring, bro. It's inspiring. It inspires me because I'm like, yo, this dude here, he came in and he just did it. So you know what, dude? I had to get up in the middle of the night. I had to get up here in the middle of the night, man, and match that, dude. I'm like, whoa, what the hell is Scotty doing, man? But that's real, bro.
I had fun, man, and I felt honored to be there and just be part of helping you guys and.
But you know what, Scotty, man, I understand. It was it's been a concerted effort, and I'm not going to sit back and just allow someone to fight for me without me fighting for my damn self. I can't do it.
Well, you've risen to the. I was starting to question. I was starting to question if you were going to be able to do it or not, but like you have.
Turn it around.
You've internalized it. You've internalized how you extract information to tell the narrative. You've internalized that, and that's really what court's about: is extracting and harvesting information.
Absolutely, and you know, extracting the information that is relevant to your narrative, man. And bro, to be then again, hey man, it's actually given to me on a silver platter, bro.
It has been.
It has been, and it's one of those things like, wow, man. It's like, well, I can't believe you're saying this, but hey, continue doing what you're doing. It's like they're winning my cases for me.
Yeah,
they're winning the cases for me because it's like, wow. Yeah, but there you go. It is what it is, Scotty.
I love it.
You guys, man.
Thank you for spending time and telling the story. I think we turned on a whole bunch of new people to it just with this.
Outstanding.
And there's video. What's great is there's video of all these different occurrences and stuff, and we have great
characters.
Great characters. We got all the characters, man. Like, I'm overwhelmed with characters out here and all this like there's so many names and people to take in, and police officers also, like, they're all the characters, right? That makes the story. So there was it was hard trying to get all those characters down. That was what it was, learning the characters. And
yeah,
and then,
you know, Jennings is Yeah, he's a different type of dude.
Well, Jennings, just the video of him like just thirsty, like foaming at the lips to try to serve me a trespass notice, and just like we asked for a supervisor, and he's like, I'm here, and it's like, no, bitch, you're not the supervisor. I literally asked you for the supervisor. He's like, well, I'm the supervisor, and then you're like, well, we'll come in and we'll make a complaint tomorrow. He's like, oh, I'll be there too. Yeah, don't worry, I'm everywhere. You're getting is Jennings, and I'm sitting in the back like I jumped in the pool in my fucking clothes because I'm like, fuck it, if I'm going to jail, man, I might as well get a swim in right before I go. I have some weird thing of like doing my final swim before I get caged away, and so that's what I did. And then I was like, well, fuck this, man, I ain't going to the cage. I'm running through the goddamn. I was about to run through crocodiles and snakes and whatever the fuck is in those swamps back there. And
you know for a fact, Scotty, that it's extremely dangerous out here.
Oh, yeah. And my ass was about to run through that motherfucker. I was in my Grinch suit, and wet in that Grinch suit, and I'm thinking I'm going to run through the fucking swamps and jump over alligators and fucking...
Hey, man, Scotty, once the sun goes down, that's a wrap.
Yeah,
really, man.
I'm thinking of all the mosquitoes that are gonna like eat me alive in there, like, and still was a better option than going to fucking jail in Brevard County, or at least Jenny's grabbing me. I mean, I was traumatized from that shit, man. Like, I was like, I can't. I went home and I was like, I can't go back there. That place is fucking insane.
It's. I can tell you this, man. It's different, bro.
Yeah.
It is different, and I wouldn't lie to anyone, bro. I love this area, but this little pocket of, I guess, authority, it's not good.
No, and I think you're exposing it wide open, and it's probably going to be years before it's exposed completely. But I think we got a good chisel on it, and mainstream media coverage of it too, and
absolutely.
And then
as a matter of fact, like I stated to you a couple weeks ago, man, I interviewed with A&E Neighborhood Wars, and yeah, those guys were amazing, bro, and they were not impressed with the Brevard County Sheriff's Office, and we had quite a few conversations. I actually talked to the producer last week, and he wanted to talk about the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. And so I guess that'll be another segment. But now it's getting exposure.
Yeah.
And it's getting that exposure, man, because they're doing too much, bro. And they cannot sweep it under the carpet.
Well, and that's what it is. It's all about exposing it. That's what the live streams, we brought more people into it. That's what it's all about. It's all about bringing awareness to the facts and letting people know. And I think more and more people are knowing. And I talked to Kayla, not last night, but 2 nights ago for a hot minute.
I think, sure did.
And you guys were at the Chamber of Commerce.
Yes, and you know what, man? She seems to be doing a little bit better, bro. But she's still she's very leery.
She's been traumatized.
Yeah. She's actually she's been seeing a doctor in regards to that.
Yeah. Well,
because it's one of those things, man. She's not feeling very comfortable, and she does not feel comfortable with law enforcement around her. Man, she shouldn't have to feel that way.
No.
Not at all, dude. And she's having a pretty tough time with it, but it is what it is. We're taking one day at a time, man.
Well, you two are heroes, and I appreciate you spending the time talking with me and telling your story. And we're gonna get it out there.
Man, Scott, thank you, bro. Thank you. And I thank everybody that follows you, bro. And if you guys, feel the need to call Brevard County Sheriff's Office, please do.
Hell yeah.
Please, dude. But hey, man, you guys have a great one there. And hey, yo, Scotty, whenever you, man, want to speak, bro, holler at me. And guess what? And whenever you wanting another jam session, man, let me know.
All right. Yeah, we'll do another jam session for sure.
Hey, man, you guys have a great one there.
Thank you, Jay. Have a great day.
Out here.
Later. All right. Cancel. All right. Whew. You want to see a drag session? Is that what you got out of this, Sim? Jesus. You just want to see me in a dress? Well, Jay, seems like we're at the top of the hill now, and now he's coming down. And hold on, I have siren paranoia. You got a lot, but that was hilarious. That lipstick though, and furry Crocs. You want me in furry Crocs? What would how would I'd have to be in like a muumuu? Would it be a muumuu? I'd like to do a bunch of like rainbow flags in front of La Poubelle saying that it's okay to be gay. Blood pressure med, that was a lot. We need a night of Chase spinning a summer dress, huh? No muumuu. I don't have Trucker Girl here to do my makeup. There's a lot of bronzer on that one that last time, and I ruined it. I took a short 10-minute trip to Jay's house for 15 minutes, 20 however far 15 minutes from Trucker Girl's place, and I already had it all. My hair was all messed up. I wouldn't make a good woman. It was a hot mess. A tutu, flying Trucker Girl. Right down Ron Hubbard way. Do good work and you were funny. He was a hot mess. Yes. Well, and the dress worked so perfect. Like, you don't understand. Like, it was such a perfect time to use it, right? It was perfect. It just like it got the whole neighborhood talking. Dress. I can't keep anything straight. Thanks for the content. Well, like the content, that's content, right? It's Jay's story. It's his story. There's nothing wrong with having content or interesting things to talk about. And I've spent a lot of time on the phone with Jay, and Trucker Girl and Direwolf have too. Blues Lady's been helping out. He destroyed your wig. I didn't know I destroyed it. Laura could do the makeup. I don't know what weird outfit she would put me in. A tangled mess. I brushed it, I think, when I put it up on the stand. I thought I did at least. Oh, that was good. I tutu wings. Ooh. Behind their videos are real people's lives at stake. Exactly. And it's similar. There's similar things going on. He was a mess, but hilarious and effective. Yes, I would say so. We got gunshots fired. Yeah. I'll show you in case you guys. I'll show you Mimi and Laura Loomer. Here's Mimi, in case you don't know who Mimi is. This is Mimi from the Drew Carey Show. Laura Loomer, the most I'm trying to find more of her where she's got all the Botox. I'm not sure. I want to get the one with her with the. Let's put Botox. Oh, that one right there. That's Laura Loomer. She don't always look like that. I did an interview with Laura out in Florida. She's a conservative, right-wing conservative. And there's another one with the boat. She's just got a lot of bronzer. So that was what we were going for when I was in drag. Let's see the videos. Oh, that's live, actually. Yeah, so you can find all that stuff about Jay if you put in hashtag Operation Jaybird into YouTube. And that's from December. Cannot talk politics in here. Absolutely not. Only I can say that. I'm just explaining to you who the thing is. It wasn't an open invitation to talk about fucking, to talk about politics. No, absolutely not. Nice try, though. And I was just trying to explain who Laura Loomer was. And let me see. Part 2. That's Kentucky. Man, I stream way too much. All right, now we're getting 3 months ago. We're the Operation Jaybird stuff. Maybe in the 4 months. In Trucker Girl's closet. Friends and family. I have some urge to have a Bud Light right now. It's a little early. This could be dangerous. Brace yourselves.
That's what's going down right now, y'all.
Let's go.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think Chad thinks, huh? What you guys think? Huh?
I know what Bud Light does to you. This is back in my lives. DOA comes out of Trucker Girl's closet.
It says Coco's not allowed there. No, it's dangerous. You drink this Bud Light, this is a dangerous path we're going down right now, y'all. Please, she's like, I'm the fuck out of here.
Start taking on the banana.
This Bud Light.
Oh, this got muted. It's copyrighted.
I'm not a nail expert either, by no means. That's why I have mine done.
That's the Lord Lure.
The dog is licking my foot.
Be still, or you're gonna end up with.
This is what we're doing, okay? Oh my God, it's a beautiful. I can do the Lori Loomer real good. Watch, hold on. Hold on, watch the Lori Loomer. Is that the Lori Loomer?
Have a brick red.
I'm Lori Loomer. You ready?
Okay.
Oh,
I have brick red.
brick red is what we're doing, okay?
I want to do one more song.
Nails, please. Thank God.
If it's all right, I would like to ask if
And I'm not a nail expert either, by no means. That's why I have mine done.
The dog is licking my the dog is licking my foot.
Be still, or you're gonna end up with.
The dog is licking me.
I want her to come play the organ.
Be still. You're a horrible customer.
Dylan.
I'll give you the end too. As I come out of the closet, hold on.
Mimosa. All right, y'all. Let me get out of the closet. I'm coming out. Oh, yeah. Hold on. Oh, I got shoes, yes. Yes, I got shoes. I don't think I'm going to reply anything. I'm coming out of the closet. I'm coming. Oh my God, there's shoes everywhere. Oh my God. How could anyone be? It's like someone's just working to buy shoes. I'm coming out of the closet. All right. I'm out. Congratulations. All right, I'll see you later. This is going to be some epic content. These motherfuckers don't know who they're messing with. I am the defender of ants. you guys want to see my shoes? Hold on, get my shoes down there. I'm out of the closet. Just give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh yeah, look at them things.
We got him at the resale shop, Tim. Crocs, yeah.
All right. Oh, hold on. Let me put that guy here. Oh, you guys sending me money already? Thank you so much for sending me money. I love money. Thank you, Joey. I love you so much. I forgot my bananas. Let's have a banana before I go.
I'm not sure. Should I show them the banana?
Yeah.
You guys, you might want to shut it off right now.
You know, George Soros just isn't paying enough. We're gonna change all the children here. All right. I'm not supposed to wear white shoes after Labor Day. Son of a bitch. All right, let's see. All right. Oh yeah, I look like I'm. Is this content? Is this what you fucking psychos look for? Is this? Are you not entertained? Okay. Lori Loomer meets Mimi. Don't watch it. This is not for children. Even the dog's shaking. Even the dog's shaking.
No, that's enough for you dirty little chatters. What do you think I am? You pay extra. That's if you get the membership. What's so gross about eating a banana? All right, well, get in your feels. Go ahead. Judge me. Don't judge me. I don't give a fuck. What this guy can't be called as a loose woman? A little stiff? All right, we need a little humor. There. I guess I should show you the results of that. Let me show you the results of that. This is Ant. This is the lore of Ant. I had fun. I was laughing my ass off the whole. We were literally watching. We were laughing our asses off shopping. We were laughing our asses off at the Goodwill. I was getting hit on. This Spanish guy came up and was like, he wouldn't leave me alone. He saw me like picking out the dress. Then I had to fight a girl for the one moo. She like literally reached over my cart and grabbed my moo. Bye. I'm over it. I'm over it. Oh my gosh. He's got a DOA sock. Fuck yeah. That is sick. Yes. Oh, this whole time, I thought just having the Barbie doll was good. I didn't know I needed a sock puppet. Yeah, I don't have any problems with gay people. I don't have any problems with trans people. They're all, I support the hell out of them. And, you know, as long as there's no children involved with anything, I support it. Heterosexual, homosexual, trans, non-bi, anything. Like, as long as there's no children involved, I'm okay with it. And, just leave the kids alone. And I totally respect and support all. I support everyone. I mean, I'm not going to judge you for what you do or how you want the world to see you. Right? That's. This is the. That's the rocks that they put in front of the driveway. Yeah, some people just suck. Trying to find.
You don't like his music, huh?
There's a lot of things. It's very simple, really.
Yeah.
He lived in the neighborhood. He played a lot of loud music and aggravated everybody. So I didn't want him using my property.
So you put rocks during the hurricane. You thought that was a good idea?
The story of the driveway thieves. Vigilantes block his driveway during a hurricane.
Droveway.
James was injured while trying to remove the rocks to evacuate. Because of the injuries, he was bedridden and could not evacuate. James's father had to leave James's house after neighbor Frank Fisher said racist rants and fired gunshots. He no longer felt safe. He told James, "Son, do you think it's time to move?" I echoed James's father's words, but I have eaten those words, and no man should have to leave his home, his castle, because of racist neighbors. No surrender.
You're gonna act like a nigger, we're gonna treat you like a nigger, right?
That's what he said.
That's what he said. Okay. Is that something as a Christian?
Hey! Hold on, Chauncey, where's he at? Right, go ahead.
Seriously, guys. There's wedding DJs here, obviously. I'm a club DJ. My profanity is just like off. Honestly, you heard Eric. He has a potty mouth. But no, in all seriousness, guys, there's a lot of different DJs here. There'll be wedding DJs, there'll be different. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I got a very
That's the neighbor shooting fire guns off during the day.
But anyways,
They were doing an event.
the music started. So one of these damn DJs decided to play music. I could.
He's firing off gunshots.
There is Stephen Brayton at 1419. And Miss Kramer following him. And then Mr. Don Kramer following Miss Kramer.
Rocks during the hurricane. You thought that was a good idea?
If
You thought that was a good idea?
you mind if I say something?
Yeah, go for it.
He had access during the hurricane. We deliberately did not move the rocks to deny him access during the hurricane. We have pictures.
Overnight, Ian now becoming a hurricane, barreling toward Florida. Store shelves in Tampa are already empty as concerned residents stock up on essentials like plywood to protect their windows and water to drink if Ian strikes a major blow.
I mean, we're trying to be ready. Who knows? I mean, it may be real bad, maybe not bad at all. But if it is, then we just want to make sure we are ready.
Everyone's getting ready for a possible direct hit by this intense storm, projected to reach Category 4 strength, powered by the ultra-warm Gulf waters after going by Cuba later today and tonight. The governor of Florida declaring a state of emergency for all 67 counties and activating thousands of National Guardsmen.
Anticipate power outages. That is something that will likely to happen with.
We had an interview that day.
This is absolutely Unacceptable.
And now Donald Kramer is walking back up with the dolly. And the officer is walking up as well. And he stops at the tree line and just observes. And then starts looking over here at our cameras. And then Cynthia Kramer comes and helps Don Kramer with the boulder and the dolly. And then as they're putting the boulder on the dolly, the rock fell and hit Kiara's her wheel.
It hit our guest Will. Wow.
And they're pulling it away.
It's too much. And you have these two deputies just observing.
Continuing looking over here.
The further we move on from all those yesterdays, happiness gets nearer. The light that we see closing in so fast ahead, it's hope, it's getting clearer.
2022.
The more I think of all the tough times we survived, the more it makes me smile. If nothing's broken us, yeah, nothing never will. 'Cause dreams are hard to kill. And I know somewhere's a place where we can build our...
I was going to show you that thing. I'll switch over to.
You know, derelict have the instance misleading due process through
that motion for that
versus David Miscavige and Scientology lawsuit, and then we're going to discuss issues. All right, everyone, going live again with no intro. Once again, doing a little bit of experimentation here. Okay, we're talking about the latest updates in one of the many lawsuits against David Miscavige, against Scientology. There was an ex parte emergency hearing that was scheduled this morning. Jacob Harkey was present in the courtroom for what was supposed to be on the schedule. I'm going to bring on Jacob, and I'm going to bring on my lawyer friend Zach to discuss what is going on. So welcome, Jacob, and welcome, Zach.
Hello. Thanks for having me. And nice to meet you, Zach. I've seen lots of your updates with Aaron before that have been very helpful for understanding what's going on in these legal cases. So thanks for all you do.
Well, thanks. I appreciate you being in the courtroom today. California was a bit of a stretch for me to be able to go on an emergency notice, so I appreciate you covering for me out there.
Totally.
Okay, so first we're going to discuss the Jane Doe versus David Miscavige and Scientology lawsuit. And then we're going to discuss issues relating to Francois Coster and La Poubelle and everything that's going on there. Okay, so try to bring us up to speed. I don't want to assume that the audience already knows what we're talking about, but try to bring us up to speed on what happened this morning and what the context is.
Sure. So as far as context, this, like you said, is a hearing in the Jane Doe v. Religious Technology Center et al. Lawsuit. And as a quick summary of what that lawsuit is all about, Jane Doe, the plaintiff in the case, is an ex-Scientologist and ex-Sea Org member who was recruited into the Sea organization as a minor. She was SA'd by her Sea Org recruiter and then forced into a marriage with him, and that man is Gavin Potter. So she's suing Church of Scientology International, Religious Technology Center, David Miscavige, and Gavin Potter. And Scientology, in fall of last year, did what they usually do in lawsuits that are filed against Scientology, where they file a motion to compel
compel arbitration, and they pull out a contract that the Scientologists signed while they were a member of the church, stating that they would never sue the church and that they would take all grievances into internal religious arbitration. So after filing that motion, Jane Doe's legal team filed a motion to be able to conduct limited discovery specifically related to the arbitration issue and the arbitration contract and the circumstances that led to her signing that contract.
A little ambiguous on whether it meant that this applied only to
Scientology attorneys were there. Bill Foreman was there for Church of Scientology International, and Peggy Dayton was there for Church of Scientology International. And then there was also a guy who I believe is talking about who's been there and just about every hearing that I've been to. He sits with the defense. I don't know what the guy's name is, but he was there too. Before the judge came out of his chambers, when it was just the clerks taking roll of which attorneys were there, he indicated that I think there were
discuss issues relating to Francois Coster and La Poubelle and everything that's going on there. Okay, so try to bring us up to speed. I don't want to assume that the audience already knows what we're talking about, but try to bring us up to speed on what happened this morning and what the context is.
Sure. So as far as context, this, like you said, is a hearing in the Jane Doe v. Religious Technology Center et al. Lawsuit. And as a quick summary of what that lawsuit is all about, Jane Doe, the plaintiff in the case, is an ex-Scientologist and ex-Sea Org member who was recruited into the Sea Organism, a minor. She SA'd by her Sea Org recruiter and then forced into a marriage with him, and that man is Gavin Potter. So she's suing Church of Scientology International, Religious Technology Center, David Miscavige, and Gavin Potter. And Scientology in fall of last year did what they usually do in lawsuits that are filed against Scientology, where they file a motion to compel arbitration and they pull out a contract that the Scientologists signed while they were a member of the church, stating that they would never sue the church and that they would take all grievances into internal religious arbitration. So after filing that motion, Jane Doe's legal team filed a motion for leave to be able to conduct limited discovery specifically related to the arbitration issue and the arbitration contract and the circumstances that led to her signing that contract. Well, in December of 2023, just a few months ago, the judge did rule in Jane Doe's favor that her team would be able to conduct limited discovery pertaining to that arbitration agreement. So that motion for that we still have yet to determine. Sorry, I'm getting jumbled over my words. We still have yet to hear from the judge about what the final ruling is going to be about whether arbitration is going to be compelled. But today's ex parte hearing or emergency hearing had to do with a motion that was just filed by Jane Doe's legal team last week, as I understand, about potentially bringing in a new key witness with very intimate knowledge of the circumstances that led to Jane Doe signing that arbitration agreement. And we showed up at the courthouse. I was here before 30, which is when the hearing was scheduled for, as I understood it. I did not see the case posted on the calendar outside of Judge Broadbelt's courtroom. But we went in there when we opened the doors, and Scientology's attorneys were there. Bill Foreman was there for Church of Scientology International, and Peggy Dayton was there for Church of Scientology International. And then there was also a guy who I believe is with OSA that's been there at just about every hearing that I've been to, and he sits with the defense. I don't know what the guy's name is, but he was there too. Before the judge even came out of his chambers, when it was just the clerks taking roll of which attorneys were there, he indicated that I think there were a couple of ex parte hearings that were not on the calendar, but that were going to be discussed before the main agenda was reached for today. And he mentioned that for the Jane Doe v. Religious Technology Center et al., the motion was denied and that there would be no hearing. And so we cleared out of the courtroom before anything else eventful happened pertaining to the case. We didn't even see the judge. But that's a summary of kind of what happened there.
So my understanding is that the ex parte motion was denied because basically there wasn't enough information this was the argument Scientology's attorneys made. Wasn't enough information to really explain what the person was going to testify to that would explain why it was so urgent and that it had to be admitted at this later date. So given that's the case, Zach, what do you speculate might happen after this point? What are the options?
So, of course, one of the things that will likely happen is, one, the judge will reduce the order to writing. Oral orders, oral decisions are common, but they don't sit in the record. So it has to be reduced to writing, or you would have to have a court reporter transcribe the judge's ruling. Obviously, no court reporter present, and there's generally not court reporters present for just a run-of-the-mill cattle call docket. That's the exception, not the rule. So the judge will reduce this to writing, and in that order, the judge should put the reasons for the denial. And assuming the reason for the denial is insufficient information is pled in the application, then that certainly gives Jane Doe's attorneys every opportunity to dig out of their back pocket all of the evidence, not just the evidence from this secret star witness, but all of the evidence that has been obtained through discovery. And Scientology's attorneys are going to freak out and say, oh, none of this should all be sealed. None of this should be on the record. And the judge is going to say, you argued that they didn't have enough information. Here's the information, and we can't redact it after the fact. So it's a double-edged sword. It's, you play it, it's a balancing act. I need to put enough information in there for the judge to make heads or tails of the issue, but not so much as to give away my litigation strategy. And and in this case, they came in a little bit too conservative, but assuming the judge's order says what I anticipate it will, that takes the strings off. And so any evidentiary objections, any discovery objections that Scientology may have, and all the things that they're fighting like hell to keep out are going to come in. At least not necessarily to the jury if we get to that point, but at least it'll be a part of the court record going forward for this case. And ultimately, even if the judge denies, even after all the evidence comes in for the purposes of the evidentiary hearing, even if the judge denies it, this is allowing Jane Doe's attorneys to build the record for appeal. Because forcing something into binding arbitration is appealable, because it's appealable on the grounds that the judge misinterpreted the law or the judge correctly applied the law, but the law is wrong and is depriving me of my due process access to the courts.
That makes sense. I have another question on this. So, under the Biden administration, a law was enacted preventing child sex abuse cases from being pushed into arbitration. And my understanding is that the language of the law was a little ambiguous on whether it meant that this applied only to crimes committed after the law was enacted, or only to lawsuits that were brought after the law was enacted, even if the crime was committed before the law was enacted. There is a California appellate decision that really might only be about two or 3 months old that weighs in on this and says this law applies to lawsuits brought after the law was enacted, even if the crime was committed before the law was enacted. The law of the land is on Jane Doe's side. Would it be a mistake to keep pushing this request for additional evidence, witnesses, facts, when the law of the land is already on her side?
So the answer is maybe, unfortunately, in my opinion, because if the trial judge says, I interpret the California Court of Appeals case law differently and forces it into arbitration, they're stuck with that decision. They go ahead and they continue to build the record. They put their evidence on the record so that if they win, they don't have to appeal. But lawyers approach the case from the perspective of, I always have to assume a mistake is going to be made, I'm going to have to appeal. And I want to make sure that I build the record as entirely as I possibly can to protect me and to protect my case and to protect my facts going up on appeal. Now, as an attorney, we love ambiguous and gray, unclear legislation because it keeps us employed. But I think it's really, I think, a reasonable interpretation. A lot of courts, even at the federal level, will look and say, what was the intent of the legislative body? What was the intent of Congress in passing this legislation, and the intent of the executive in signing this legislation? And there's a very strong argument to make, and Jane Doe's lawyers will, if they haven't already, be making this argument, and that is the purpose of this legislation is to extend protections to victims of childhood SA. And if we limit their recourse only to criminal actions, we're undermining the legislative intent. The legislature intended for this to be as broad as it possibly could, to provide all the protections possible to victims of childhood SA. And by narrowing it to criminal matters only, it defeats the purpose of the legislature. So there's a great argument to make that this is that type of law that needs to be super broad.
Super interesting. Okay, good. So as of right now, it does look like the next hearing in this Jane Doe versus David Miscavige, Gavin Potter, RTC, CSI, and Bridge lawsuit is April 16th. It remains to be seen whether Jane Doe's team will request, what's the motion called? Motion to reconsider?
Yeah.
And if they do request it, whether there'll be some hearing before April 16th or not. So I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Zach, maybe you can stay on with us as long as you can while we move on to the next issue, and then you can jump off whenever you need to.
Sure.
Okay, it turns out Francois Coster, the owner of La Poubelle, the restaurant where Danny Masterson drugged at least one of his victims, Francois Coster, the owner of La Poubelle, someone who has stood by Danny Masterson's side, supported him publicly, shamed the Jane Does, harassed them in the courthouse. It turns out La Poubelle's got some problems of their own, some new problems, some old problems that are new problems that we're just learning about. What have you discovered, Jacob?
So, over the last couple of weeks, since I've been coming to the courthouse regularly, I've come to realize that the computers at the courthouse can be used to access all documents that are imaged from any cases that have come through the Los Angeles Superior Court free of charge. Because you can do the same thing on a computer at home, you just got to pay more money for it. What I've found are a couple of interesting cases that I found from searching Francois Coster's name and also from searching La Poubelle. And one of them that's particularly interesting to me is a case called Browder v. Haynes. So it's Robert Browder, plaintiff, v. Ryan Joseph Haynes, La Poubelle, as well as a couple of other businesses that are in the same general area as La Poubelle. Apparently, from the limited skimming that I've been able to do of some of the documents from the case, a man was beaten up right outside of La Poubelle, and part of the reason that this is particularly interesting to me now is because Francois Coster has filed restraining orders against William Good, Streets LA, and DOA, or Scott Hochstetter. And in the petition that she's filed for obtaining a restraining order, she's mentioned that she has been the
What happened?
Of La Poubelle for decades without incident. Well, based on what appears in the lawsuit, it sounds like, okay, there's at least one person who has sued over a violent assault that they experienced right out front, and then also included in this lawsuit is a declaration from a manager at Birds, which is another bar down the street, who mentions that he has witnessed violent encounters outside of La Poubelle many times. Now, I'm at the stage that I'm at right now. I'm still kind of continuing to dig through stuff and trying to continue to learn more. But because DOA and Streets have upcoming hearings related to the restraining order, I would like for them to be able to get all of the information that they can and get all of the information that we can get out there about the history of violence in front of La Poubelle, just to show that what Francois Coster has alleged, that she has owned La Poubelle for decades without incident, is not true. There is a history that is documented in this lawsuit of violence right outside La Poubelle. Incident is not true. There is a history that is documented in this lawsuit of Poubelle. I hope that makes sense so far.
Yeah. Doesn't one of these lawsuits even include some factor of her responsibility for not having a bouncer outside, given
the frequency of drunk patrons coming out of a restaurant and getting into altercations?
No, exactly. So the defendant, Ryan Joseph Haynes, in this case, who essentially did beat somebody up, as I understand it, right outside the restaurant. I'm still working on figuring out all of the details. But there was a declaration that he submitted, which La Poubelle then objected to. And in his declaration, he mentioned that if there had been a bouncer there, then he would have been much less likely to assault the plaintiff, Robert Browder, because there would have been someone there to break up the fight. La Poubelle objected to that, but it does appear, just based on skimming through the documents, like it should have been an indication it would have been a good idea to get a bouncer long beforehand. Whereas for Francois Custer, it seems that she's trying to act like, oh, there's never been any incident, and I needed to get this bouncer just because of the protesters. There's never been a need for anything like this before, when in fact one of the defendants in this says, I wouldn't have assaulted that guy if there had been a bouncer.
So Zach, one of the reasons I was super interested when I heard about this is you have these restraining order hearings come up. And my understanding is that there's so much credibility is everything when it comes to these restraining orders. And so what are your thoughts on if this comes before the judge and the judge is seeing Francois' declaration for these TROs, whatever, and she's like, we've never had any violence whatsoever. And then the judge sees, not only has there been violence, but there's been lawsuits over it, and part of it's been has been about her lack of preventative measures to prevent such violence. How do you think all of this relates to each other in the TRO?
Sure. So there's a legal doctrine called the doctrine of clean hands, and it basically says you can't go to the court for relief if you yourself have dirty hands from the same thing you're trying to take remedy against. And I don't know if any of the defendants have attorneys, have counsel representing them, but if they do, the obligation on their attorneys is to research all of those cases, just like Jacob has done, and you come in with a stack of paper. Judge, this stack contains every action in which La Poubelle has either been a plaintiff or a defendant, and so it is misleading at best and false, and the falsification of a document to the court at worst, to say that they come here having never committed wrongs of their own, and they have therefore violated the doctrine of clean hands. They can't come in here and say, well, people got in a fight because of the protesters, when in reality, I've got a stack of cases that says you have been derelict in failing to supervise and provide security at your place of business, oh, and by the way, it's still illegal to overserve persons consuming alcohol, even if they're not going to drive. You have a legal obligation not to overserve or to allow someone who is an invitee, like a customer in your restaurant and bar, to become intoxicated to the point that fights break out.
Okay, then I have to ask your input on this, and I know you probably have to jump in a few minutes, and we're going to wrap up in a few minutes anyway. So you have the instance where, I know the viewers probably don't know the specific instance that we're talking about, but two people come out of the bar, they're drunk. That's subjective. Let's say they're not drunk. They assault William Good, they destroy his phone, they break his nose, and then the bouncer lets the dude back into the bar. While he's in the bar, the police come. The police go in looking for him. They're told he's not in there. There's only one entrance and exit from that bar. That's the front door. So we knew he was still in there. The police come out. The police leave. And then the perpetrator is filmed on live stream running out of the restaurant to a waiting car and making his getaway. This all looks very, very bad for Francois and La Poubelle when it comes to a restraining order, much less, I don't know, maybe a lawsuit.
Yeah. So at the very least, the restaurant has committed obstruction of justice by not disclosing and identifying the existence of the individual who was involved in the altercation. Because the officers didn't just come in and walk around with their mouths shut and said, hey, we're looking for somebody involved in the fight. Anybody know anybody involved in the fight? And everybody at the restaurant said, oh, no, we don't know who you're talking about. Well, that's obstruction of justice. By failing to provide material information to law enforcement who were conducting a lawful investigation. dereliction and some other things, but also civil liability to the restaurant for, it's not just negligence, it becomes willful negligence, gross negligence, because you knew this person was involved in a physical altercation. Whether they've been consuming alcohol or not, you knew they were involved in a tussle, or as a kerfuffle, as we say on my channel, and then you let them back into the restaurant knowing that
Human trafficking. This is human trafficking right here.
people who were under your care as your employee.
You're not allowed to see the sunlight because you're free. That's why you have to be scuttered across the street in a minivan. This is not freedom, I promise you.
Well, that's what we know.
I promise you this is not freedom.
I forget when the hearings for these TROs are. Do we know?
We do have the date. I have it written down somewhere. April 23rd is the date that I have in my head. I think that is right. I think it is April 23rd. I can confirm that once I get off of here, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Okay. So we've got a little bit. Okay, good. So we've got a little bit.
I did indicate to DOA that I would be willing to be called as a witness if that's helpful on the last day that I was here in court. So I will plan to be here, and we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Okay, good. Great. Well, thank you guys for coming on here and doing this with me. I really appreciate it. You guys can find both Jacob and my lawyer friend Zach.
Bought a bullhorn, rented a car, and sent emails, asked for the location. Yeah, that's the thing that's tough. I will be, like, I have trouble committing to, like, places. One, for safety, and just as things move around and move. I'm not an organized protester. And I know that's a criticism by some, or a critique, however a party would look at that. There's an event here on Easter that I will be at, and I will be out here. I will commit completely and fully to that. Is it on Easter? I have it here somewhere. All right. Okay. All right, you're not gonna. Good. I'm glad you hate everybody. You got it out. You're just not gonna. What's not gonna happen on my channel? If you got critiques of somebody or something, send it to me privately. What I'm not gonna allow is people to criticize people who are out here, right? I mean, you could criticize, but like, just I hate that. All that does is cause division, right? you could dislike somebody, but if you hate somebody, like this is not going to happen on my channel, right? I'm trying to encourage people to work together and not use that type of language. So if that's the language you're using, this chat might not be the best for you. And I'm okay with information being sent to me privately in private, but making some of those questions and stuff online just causes division. And I refuse to allow that divisive language, whether it be politics, religion, all sorts of different conflicts. It causes a lot of division, and I'm not allowing that. So I'm gonna block you from the channel. There's always the other channel that you could come and hang out on. You get your feels out on that, but like when you start taking over the chat, like you're not gonna take over the chat. Just not gonna. I'm not sure who announced it. I know people had been talking about it. And I know, yeah, I'm like real loose with my plans. One, for security reasons, but two, because I just, yeah, like some days I just wake up and I feel like protesting, and other days I don't. And Jessica's got the petition. It's on my community page. There is going to be an event here on, I think I was trying to find the flyer. Got distracted. I'm not seeing the flyer. And there's an Easter egg. There's an Easter egg hunt here. And I will be here all day for that. So if anyone wants to come out here for that, I'll be here. And that's for sure. Okay? The more people, the merrier. I gotta find the stupid mailing thing. They put it on my van. No, because it's a very valid criticism. And it's a criticism I've heard a bunch of times, and it was something that Tory was having issues with, that there wasn't any planning of the group or the lack of group, and that's the thing. There is no group, right? So it's a very valid thought and criticism. It really is. I don't know the answer to it because I can't solve that. I can only commit to like some things. I don't like to do that. I personally don't like, because there's always circumstances outside of my control, and or like things can change so quick that I have to be somewhere at the drop of a dime. But like Tory was saying, you know, she likes something being planned way ahead of time, right? Well, and this Easter thing, I actually can remedy the situation. All right. We have an Easter egg hunt and celebration. Giant hunt for the kids with 25,000 Easter eggs and 24 special golden eggs. 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Sunday, March 31st. So, if you want to come out, I will be here March 31st, all effing day. And the more, the merrier. Yes, so we should do Easter eggs and do SPTV information and maybe like, yeah. So there'll be and so they're going to have stuffed bunny raffle, egg decorating, Easter eggs and crafts, photos with the Easter bunny, bouncy houses, sack races, donut eating contest, spring selfie stations, face painting, and fluffy animal petting zoo. All right, cool. Awesome. See, I could remedy that. I could maybe dress as the Easter bunny. We could basically mimic this. What we could do is mimic this. We mimic it. Yeah, so we can mimic this. Fluffy animal petting zoo. Spring selfie stations. Donut eating contest. Who the fuck has a donut eating contest? Golden egg, it's like the golden chocolate in the chocolate factory. This is the church. So the more people, the better. We all got to be here. So that's next weekend. They put this on my van a couple blocks away.
But unfortunately, it's all about Scientology. Everything, like if I were to become a Scientologist again, I would be back in the family. It's that simple. It has nothing that's long and short of it, which is sad. That's the
It's a fake holiday. It's a fake holiday. They're not Christians. They're not Catholics. It has nothing to do with fucking religion. Because they're not religion. It's a recruiting thing for fucking children and people. It's not I'm most definitely coming. I'm most definitely coming. And if there's any religion I align to, it's Christianity. But doing God's work here, Julie. God's work. No, but seriously, it's not a religion. It's not a religion. Need to fix a Bonica. Well, they might not even know. They might. Yeah, they put it on my van. So I was like, okay. And they do it. This is 6 years ago. Angry Gay Pope was here auditing them. Yeah, I could make that. Just like Jesus. That would be pushing into the it's not a setup. All the cars had them. Dressed like a giant ant. Yeah, so this would be a fun event. and we could make it fun for the kids. It doesn't have to be mean or angry. It could be like a counter event where we have some candy, we have a bunch of eggs. Maybe we just hide them all around. As a non-practiced Catholic, it's offensive. Okay, well, you're going to have to be offended then. I suggest you come out here and protest. Protest the counter-protest. I think that could be very effective. Bring some extra attention and extra drama. I would love for you to come and counter-protest. Yeah, what, I'm not allowed to have a bunny thing? Seriously, come on. I'm not allowed to have Easter? Why is Scientologists only allowed to have Easter? Let me know that. We could hide eggs with little gifts in it and Aftermath Foundation. Well, everybody let me know about your religious beliefs now. I guess everyone's got to get it out. Let's get it out. Throw it out there. Tell me what religion or non-religion, if you're a practicing Satanist or Pentecostal or what religion. Get it all out. This is the time. No, I got you, girl. I got you. And I'm going to fuck up too, man. So please accept my apology before I fuck up. I just got my king robe on and my hat. Lutheran, all right. Get it all out, everybody. Get it all out. Let everyone know what religion you are. Flying Spaghetti Monster Church, okay. Love, religion of love. Making it balanced by mocking Christians after trans people. Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Except for I have a friend who's trans, and I went and stayed with him for 3 days. And wait, I can't say that, because when you say that, you have a friend who is, that makes you not, because whatever. But I just don't care. I just don't care. Like, you just, okay, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Tell me why I'm so bad, and everyone needs to stop watching me. Get the chat out, get it out, and tell the chat why everyone needs to stop watching me. And they'll stop watching me, I'm sure. Ooh, Jedi. Oh, food eating contests are discussed in tone deaf in light of food insecurity experienced by many in LA. Interesting. I didn't think of I don't know if some of you've never been to a comedy club. Yeah, but tell everyone why I'm so horrible. Hello. No, I've been thinking about getting my little grill going and doing like little grilled cheese sandwiches for the homeless. Helicopter egg drop? You know, that was what I was gonna play with, actually. I played with that for a little bit, because I've been meaning to pull it out. Spicy caca? feeding the homeless on Easter? Monty Python. If I'm charged up anymore here. Drone deploy. DJI Fly app.
Website. Simply visit the
I haven't downloaded this. Yeah, I've had a drone. I've had a drone. I used it when I first got out here. I have a gimbal stuck air. I've been looking for a drone repair. I really should just buy another one and just sell this one. It'd probably fucking be easier. People could part it out. A donut contest? Of course it's a donut contest. Well, they're probably thinking the LAPD is going to be there. That's why there's a donut contest. You test it out. Fentanyl testing should be in every gas station. Period. You take responsibility. Okay, has everyone gotten out their religious beliefs out? Give the kids diabetes. And you can't, really, anything you do nowadays, you can't get away, like, people are going to be critical, really, no matter what you do. No, it's paint. I got paint on it yesterday, because I'm an idiot. Okay. Officer Tim. I did see that flying mom on errands. Ooh, they tore down that one. Look at them. They got one torn down. Well done. I wasn't paying attention. Jacob is doing great. He really is. Are you serious? Okay, we are attached. Okay. So this adds a little range to the drone. Better service. Here's my drone, DJI Air 2S. This is my second one. My dumbass crashed my other one into a high power line in Florida. Lesson learned. Sure. Come and stop by. All right, let's see. Maybe it corrected itself. Yeah, see, it still looks off. Doesn't look even. Okay, I want to show you guys the no-fly zones. So I'm right. See if you can see. Here, I'm going to flip the camera so you can see this. All right, so the blue dot's where I'm at. Okay. There's flight restrictions up here to the airport. Flight ceilings, flight restrictions. There's flight restrictions to the west. There's a strip right there. Okay, but where I'm at, see all the photos of other drone pilots? right, I got my satellite.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
Well, so that alarm is proximity, too close to that. Appears my gimbal fixed itself, which is pretty fucking amazing, allegedly. Yeah, oh yeah. If I had my computer, I could stream this. So I'm in sport. All right, now I'm in somatic. They're pretty fast too. Switch to sport. My serial number. See, but what's cool, watch, I can make him my pet.
Arby's, we have the meat. My nigga from Burger King. Oh my God, that's not Burger King.
Yeah, they call me Burger King.
They do?
Yeah.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. See, I knew it. Hell yeah. We make it your way.
Yeah. Fuck McDonald's.
They've unleashed the drones on me. They're following me everywhere I go, man. Thing is pretty badass.
Landing.
Okay.
Takeoff. Home point updated.
There we go. Now you're rotating for me. I'm taking pictures.
Fly with caution.
I'm at 16 meters. Another shot.
Fly with caution.
Another shot. Right there. Another shot. That was the only shots I wanted to take. Okay. Yeah, they came out. They're badass. I'll actually do let's do go back up. Okay. We're at 50 meters. Hovering at 50 meters. Come in on it a little bit. And then it's pretty cool. And then
Battery level is low.
Cancel.
Aircraft will return to the home point in 10 seconds.
Got a low battery. Scratch that. No, that one wasn't a full battery. That had already been flown on. They don't really last that long though, no. Oh, this one's low too. And this one. Look at me, not charging my batteries. I haven't flown it because the gimbal was stuck. And you know what? I could plug it in right now and charge it while I sit here. Plug that bad boy in. Alright, so that one's charging. Yeah, we're testing drone laws here. Hussies for DOA. Ant stickers on the drone. Need some ant stickers. I'm happy that the drone air, I was literally going to go take it to the drone shop and pay a couple $100 to fix the drone air. The gimbal's stuck. I don't know what. I put tape on it and maybe it just needed some time. See, I'm testing this here though. On this side without any windows, not anywhere close to any of the windows, because that's what they're going to say is I'm looking in the windows. That's a claim. That's going to be the claim. Oh, see, the gimbal's stuck now. See, this is, it's not fixed. That's the error I'm having. So the DJI has the worst like customer service. And I'm scared to send it to the DJI thing. And it's like, it'd be like maybe $600 to get a new one or get this fixed. I'm thinking it's going to be $300 or $400 to get it fixed. I'm getting the insurance next time around. Even the insurance, yeah, the DJI is just not customer service. It's not good updated. At. So my home point's updated. That's what happens. So yeah, I've calibrated it and balanced it, but see, it gets off to the side. See how it's like it's off to the side, and I used a bunch of air cleaner, and none of it worked. Thank you. No, I worked really hard for this and bought this with money from working. I had dreams of having this forever. I just never had the money for it. It was initially like, yeah, I got the extended flight package. I got the hard case for it. But I think I don't know. I think I should just maybe part it out, get another one. See how it's off, it's angled off. It's the gimbal. See, I can't go up and down. This should be able to go up and down too. Yeah, the extended warranties, the DJI is just such a shitty thing. There's a there's the plane. I'm going to survey the cameras. I'm just working drone laws here. Sorry. Matthew the King. If the new blades would do it. I don't know, man. What's up, Matthew the King? I'm not sure if I'm familiar with your work. Oh, there's another drone. You see it? Where is it? Where is it? Is that Danny? I'm taking pictures with mine. Well, technically, those drones, you have to be in line of sight. I only got 2 bars on this one. I don't think I can fly long on this at all. 3 bars. I got 3 bars. It's gone now. Those are sensors. So right here and right there are rare sensors. So watch, let's see. It should sense that I'm there. It's not, of course. Yeah, so those are rear sensors. There's side sensors. There's front sensors right there and then above sensors there and there. So when it gets close to a tree, depending on what mode it's in, there's 3 different modes. There's sport, normal, and cinema. If you're in cinema or normal, there'll be little, you see the little red, the red dots there in the front. That's showing that there's a thing. It's showing obstacle. That's the word. Uh-oh. We got someone in tactical gear coming. Get that way out there. I hid it from you.
Scientology audit?
Yeah.
Fuck Scientology.
Hell yeah. I could go, or I could take you up. Take you up. 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 89 meters. So I'm at 116 meters. Oh yeah, it's pretty. Ooh, there's there's a little rainbow up there. You can't see it. Where's the drone? See the rainbow? The drone's right next to it.
Hello.
Hello, how you doing?
Cool. I love seeing you. Look adorable.
Oh, thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. You too. Thank you. Thank you. She said I looked adorable.
Excuse me, Your Highness.
No, thank you, sir. You have a wonderful day. Have a great day. He said. He bowed and said, "You're on. You're." Yeah, they waved at me. I waved at them. I'm friendly, making friends. Everywhere I go, I make friends. Oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You're making me blush. It's a Air 2S, DJI drone Air 2S. It finally dried. It took a while for that to dry. I guess it's still not even completely dry. the rain actually kind of hit some of this, and it actually looks kind of cool. I got that. Well, I'm going to, no, this is going to, how you doing, man? I'm going to cut the roof off right here, cross and around, and, yeah, that's Hans Utter. I don't want to put the Aftermath Foundation. I think the Aftermath Foundation has absolutely failed with the drama with Mike Rinder. Claire and all them have stayed out of it, and by staying out of it, oh yes, that homeless person accidentally dropped a glass bottle on the ground. Good place to do it, buddy. The homeless man just dropped that. Yeah, well, I'll get the SP Foundation on it, and they have made their statement. Oh, look, that guy dropped glass there. He had a whole bottle of glass in his car. Not good for the cars coming in. I'm gonna stay away from that. That could rip up a tire. I'll be here taking the shot, though. We'll go all the way over here. Not good for Pupper's paws. Yeah, I'm not touching it. Stay the fuck away from that. Happy 420. What the fuck I was talking about? Oh, Rinder. Yeah, no, Rinder, that hack job interview, like, that was such a hack job. And just such garbage that that I wouldn't put the Aftermath Foundation. So they better hurry up and get a phone number. I want to put a billboard up there. There's an LED billboard. It's like $1,200. You never know. No, just stay up. I'm not sure what I'm going to put to close it up. Something. Metal, maybe? Because I want the roof off. No, I don't want a boat. I just want to make a nice little top. Human trafficking. Human trafficking. There's glass right there. There's glass right there for your dog. I warned the dogs. Yeah. See? Some hydraulics on it. Oh, this car better not turn right there. Uh-oh. Bad. Bad. Yeah, didn't save him. Well, there goes his van. There goes the tires on that truck. It's going right over it again. No one wants to talk to me, so. There's broken glass on the driveway there. Talk about being at the right place at the right time. Why do I feel awful about this? But it's so good at the same time. At least we saved the doggies. Who would have ever thought the homeless man dropping a broken glass could provide so much entertainment? Hey, what do you know? I'd let them know, but no one wants to talk to me, so they'll have to deal with it themselves. I'll warn the doggies. Hola, way! Es una secta! Scientology! What is P. Diddy being raided for? Look at these weirdos, man. They just sit behind. Oh my God. You've been seen. You've been seen. It's okay. You'll make it. You got it. You got it. You're going clear. You're going clear. You got it. Oh, they're waiting in there. Come on out. It's okay. You're safe. It's okay. Yo, what up? Freedom! Got some things going on. They're afraid of poor little defender of ants. What have I ever done to them? I just mind my own business. Thanks, Jay King. I'm just giving it. I had the weekend off. Defender. Come on, traffic those humans. Get those humans trafficked across the street. Come traffic them across the street right over to this parking lot. Totally normal. Turn in there. Turn in there. Totally normal. That's totally normal, folks. Totally normal. That's just humans. They can't cross the street. Totally normal. The king sits and waits. It's very pathetic they can't walk over here. And like, they're doing this like all the time too. They're not using their fancy cafe much when I'm here. Sliding rag top sunroof? No, it wanted to be hard. It's gotta be, top's gotta be hard because I have solar panels. They'll raid Diddy, but not. Well, okay, what did Diddy do? What is he being accused of? Isn't Diddy into the politics? You don't want to see me topless, Joey. You bad little boy there in Florida. Just sitting there. Bad little boy, Joey. Child trafficking from Epstein's Island. Trafficking. Yo! I think people are getting to know me around here. Online submissions only. We'll get it on. I'll get it on. Did you see the Nickelodeon logo is almost same exact shape as Epstein's Island? Interesting. Ask him what they did to pull it in. Hola! We're in LA. We're in LA. I might drive over there. Tour of famous people. Hollenby Hills. Hollenby Hills. I don't think that's far from me. some minutes. Just started. I might cruise over there. But they have been circling Diddy's house forever. Nerd is covering live. He's there. Oh, they just crashed.
But also for a lot of the individuals, a lot of the people who work there, to include here in Los Angeles, especially. What they're probably looking at are the two residences, one in New York, one in Los Angeles. And I haven't seen the documentation, but if it doesn't name Sean Combs by name, it's probably because there's been allegations that criminal activity had taken place.
Class sounds so beautiful today. Is this content here? Yeah, this is too good. You think them watching my video would put out like a thing and say, hey, there's some broken glass here. I'm sure I'll be blamed for it. Sex trafficking. Glass ASMR. You can thank the local homeless man for that. I saw that for Poop Bell. You screenshotted that? The first couple were pretty, they're breaking it up real nice and fine. Lewis. Ruff, 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 ruff. No. I was talking in Morse code and dog language. You didn't ask if I knew dog language Morse code. There's a difference, of course, naturally. I saw him again, too. Oh, you waited till I turned, huh? I still know you're trafficking humans in those vans. Stop trafficking humans. It's 2024. This ain't North Korea. What's disrespectful as fuck? All right. Let's not bring Obama into all this, please. See, look what you're doing. Don't bring the politics in it. Keep the politics off. He's got a painting of a politician. All of a sudden it's sides. All of a sudden it's this and then that. Damn it! I leave you a second alone in the chat. Huh? And he's off. No, it turns. All right, if you guys could fucking be peaceful together when talking about presidents, I'll let you guys go. I'll be watching you. Stuffed shell sounds delicious. No, we don't. Because all it's going to do is people are going to tell their opinions, and then everyone's going to get mad at each other, and then fucking hate on each other, and it's going to be fucking stupid, and then people are going to be mad at me for some fucked up reason. I get blamed for it. Yes. What's up, sweetie pie? I'm getting catcalled by men. This is interesting. You want my sweet tushy? I'm not giving it to him. I'm just not. You might have seen me with the banana.
This is for Miss Mindy. I love it. This is for Miss Mindy. I love it.
In early 2023, a small number of TikTok streamers began live broadcasting their protests outside the Scientology Test Center in Hollywood, California, exposing the cult's evil human and child trafficking practices. These protesters were soon the target of Scientology's dirty tricks, as well as harassment by the corrupt Los Angeles Police Department. Despite this, others joined them, and the movement spread across the country and the world. Armed only with cell phones, signs, and a spirit of camaraderie, these brave protesters have come those people in hiding, and though they are all individuals and not organized in any way, collectively they have become one name, the Squirrel Cam.
Well, they made a barbecue look quite fancy, huh?
I mean, my parents went back into
Oh, is this live right now?
They were in this year before. I was born.
Natalie's got Jenny
Went back in,
Miscavige on
like right before I turned 2.
And that was,
Life After a Cult.
when was that? Was that when Miscavige was already in power, or was that before?
It was like right about that same time, like that. I think that's when it was just happening.
Kind of that, like,
Yeah, like 80.
Yeah, that was it was actually a lot of work cooking all that food. There was so much food. And cleanup. But I did it for the team. I did it for everybody so that they could have fun. It was fun. It's fun up on that rooftop. Being on any rooftop is fun. Period. No, I like to party. I've always been the poor person, so I've always had to cook and clean, which I was fine with that. You have to contribute some way. This is a good possibility. No, it's good to have fun, to have parties, to laugh, to eat. I love how they can't park over here anymore. And I love anyone who criticizes that. Like, fucking go fuck yourself. Have a drink. Relax. Or don't have a drink. Be totally sober. I support if you want to be totally sober, or if you want to have no drinks. You have to have, you know, all the fun stuff you could do when you're not in a cult. Exactly. That just having fun and dancing and enjoying yourself and being yourself and getting a little sloppy, or not getting sloppy, being completely sober. There's greatness in both. Whatever you want to do. Oh, everyone was they were having a blast, man. Bell Airbnb. You can cook, but my maids can clean. Nailed you. Passive aggressive smile. Drinks are good. Drinks are good and bad. They could be great things and healing things for people, and they could be absolutely horrible for people. Same with weed, and same with an assortment of different recreational drugs. Some people, they could be the most amazing thing. It could be healing and empowering. And other people, it could be destructive. It could destroy your family. It could destroy your relationships, your children's relationships. And so, to each their own. You know, that everyone's kind of got their poisons that affect them, and I'm not going to judge. I'm not going to judge. Everything doesn't have to be serious. You could have a lot of fun. You could have fun doing serious things. Oh, P. Diddy promoted Louis Farrakhan? Oh, man. Well, imagine, like, what if there's, like, this whole thing of child traffickers and pedophiles that are actually going to go down? No, I think Laura and Mindy are just some amazing people. They're both so talented. They both could have fun. You'd rather be serious about having fun? Well, my mom's thing was always, well, if he's promoting Farrakhan, that would be a good thing. Malcolm X was completely against Farrakhan after he went to Mecca. I did see that from Josh. Not Joshua. I just figured out why my van is all... I thought I hit something. But what actually happened, my body bolt that goes up to the thing, it's all rusted out. Jacob Harkey. Yeah. But all right, I think I'm going to take a little break. I'm going to go run an errand real quick, and then I'll be back here. And take a little lunch break. Maybe we'll come back and do some art with friends. Hours. All right, I'm out. I will see you guys in a bit. Sure, everything's locked up. It is a coincidence. I'm going to call you right now, Direwolf, so we could plot our, I'm in LA, you're in Miami, and we're just for Riddle. Make sure Riddle and Vaughn get all this information, ladies. Get all this information. We're working together. That's why the Epstein's lawyer was in court with us. It's all part of the master plan, okay? You got it? Put it into your troll accounts, into your Starlink, and best of luck. All right. All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace.